Hey, welcome back. It means a lot that you chose to be here tonight. This is a place for real, true crime stories, told slowly and calmly, for when the day is over but your mind is still awake. I never take it for granted that someone, somewhere, is listening right now. If you'd like, share where you're listening from. It's always good to see how far this reaches. And if these stories have become part of your nights, subscribing helps keep them here for you. This is episode 115. Let's begin. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who spent years building a life defined by routine, discipline, and quiet predictability. A man whose calm presence never drew suspicion, and whose professional success made him someone others respected without hesitation. His name was Chris Benoit, and for decades he lived inside a world that rewarded control, strength, and endurance. He was known internationally as a professional wrestler, admired for his technical skill, his discipline, and his ability to perform under intense physical and psychological pressure. To millions of viewers, he was a performer. To his colleagues, he was a professional who took his work seriously. To his family, he was a husband and father living inside the private rhythms of ordinary life. He lived with his wife Nancy and their young son Daniel in Fayetteville, Georgia, in a home that reflected stability and comfort. The house sat in a quiet neighborhood where nothing about its appearance suggested instability or danger. The lawn was maintained. The rooms were orderly. The environment reflected structure. But beneath the routines that defined his life, physical and psychological strain had been accumulating for years in ways that no one fully understood at the time. Chris Benoit's career had required extraordinary physical endurance. Professional wrestling, despite its staged outcomes, demanded real physical impact. His body absorbed repeated trauma over decades. He experienced concussions, injuries, and chronic pain. These injuries were treated, managed, and endured as part of his profession. He continued performing. He continued traveling. He continued maintaining the appearance of control. Pain became part of his daily existence, something he managed quietly. He rarely spoke publicly about his physical condition. He maintained the professional expectation that he would continue working regardless of discomfort. This pattern of endurance reinforced his identity as someone capable of functioning under pressure. His home life appeared stable. Nancy Benoit had also worked in professional wrestling earlier in her life. She understood the demands of the profession. She understood the travel, the injuries, and the expectations. Their son Daniel lived with them in their home, attending school, growing up inside a family that appeared stable from the outside. Friends and neighbors saw nothing that suggested immediate danger. Their interactions appeared normal. Conversations remained ordinary. Daily routines continued without visible disruption. But in the weeks leading up to June 2007, subtle changes began to occur. Chris Benoit became quieter. His communication patterns shifted. He withdrew emotionally from colleagues and friends. He continued performing professionally, maintaining his responsibilities, but privately, something was changing. These changes were not immediately recognized as warning signs. They appeared gradual. They appeared internal. They remained invisible to those around him. On June 22, 2007, Nancy Benoit was inside their home. The environment was quiet. There were no reports of disturbance from neighbors. There were no emergency calls. There were no immediate external signs of crisis. But inside the home, events unfolded that would later become the center of one of the most disturbing investigations in professional sports history. Nancy Benoit died inside the home. The exact timeline was reconstructed later through forensic analysis, digital records, and physical evidence. Investigators determined she had been killed inside the residence. The following day, June 23rd, their son Daniel also died inside the home. Again, there were no immediate external signs visible to neighbors. The house remained quiet. The outside world continued normally, unaware of what had already occurred inside. On June 24th, Chris Benoit remained inside the house. He did not appear publicly. He did not communicate with colleagues in ways that suggested urgency. Instead, he sent text messages to coworkers providing his home address and explaining that his dogs were inside. These messages appeared unusual. They did not explain the situation directly. but they provided specific logistical information. These communications would later become critical in establishing timeline and intent. Later that same day, Chris Benoit died inside the home. When colleagues became concerned about his absence from scheduled professional appearances, they contacted authorities. Law enforcement officers arrived at the residence on June 25, 2007. The house was quiet. Nothing appeared disturbed from the outside. Officers entered and began examining the interior. Inside, they discovered the bodies of Nancy, Daniel, and Chris Benoit. The investigation began immediately. Investigators examined the home carefully. They documented every detail. They collected physical evidence. They examined digital records, including phone communications, text messages, and computer activity. They reconstructed the timeline carefully, understanding that accurate sequencing was essential to understanding what had occurred. Forensic analysis confirmed that Nancy Benoit had died first. Daniel Benoit died the following day. Chris Benoit died last. This sequence was established through careful examination of physical evidence, decomposition timelines, and digital communication records. Investigators examined Chris Benoit's medical history. They reviewed his injury records. They examined his history of concussions. Medical experts conducted extensive neurological analysis following his death. Their findings revealed severe brain trauma consistent with chronic traumatic encephalopathy, a degenerative brain condition associated with repeated head injuries. This condition affects behavior, emotional regulation, and impulse control. The extent of the damage shocked medical professionals. His brain showed patterns typically associated with significantly older individuals suffering from advanced neurological degeneration. Investigators also examined digital searches conducted on his home computer. These searches provided insight into his mental state during the days leading up to the incident. They documented behavioral patterns, timing, and cognitive function. The investigation concluded that Chris Benoit was responsible for the deaths of his wife and son before his own death. The evidence was overwhelming. Physical evidence, digital evidence, medical analysis, timeline reconstruction. Each element confirmed the sequence of events beyond doubt. What made this case especially disturbing was the contrast between public perception and private reality. Chris Benoit had existed inside a professional environment defined by discipline and control. He had performed in front of millions. He had maintained routines. He had interacted normally with colleagues and fans. His life appeared structured, predictable, stable, but internally, physical and neurological damage had been accumulating silently. The injuries he endured did not disappear. They remained. They altered brain function. They altered emotional stability. They altered behavior in ways invisible to those around him. This case changed professional wrestling permanently. It forced organizations to examine concussion protocols. It forced medical professionals to study long-term brain trauma. It forced institutions to recognize the invisible damage caused by repeated head injuries. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who disappeared on an ordinary evening, in a place where nothing ever seemed dangerous, and whose absence would slowly unravel a truth hidden behind a man no one had ever truly questioned. Her name was Susan Powell, and she lived in West Valley City, Utah, with her husband, Josh Powell, and their 2 young sons. Their life, from the outside, appeared stable and ordinary. They lived in a modest suburban home surrounded by similar houses, where neighbors waved casually and children played in quiet streets. Susan was known as warm, responsible, and deeply devoted to her children. She worked hard, maintained close relationships with her family, and stayed in regular contact with her parents and friends. She documented her life carefully, saving photos, writing journals, and recording moments that mattered to her. These records would later become some of the most important clues investigators had, because Susan had unknowingly preserved evidence of a life that was beginning to fracture beneath the surface. Josh Powell, her husband, was quiet and withdrawn, a man who rarely expressed strong emotions openly. He worked in information technology and spent much of his time on computers, managing data, and maintaining systems. To neighbors, he appeared reserved but polite. He did not socialize frequently, but he did not appear hostile or aggressive. His calm demeanor made him seem predictable. But inside the marriage, the reality was more complicated. Susan had confided in friends and family that their relationship was strained. She had spoken about Josh's controlling behavior, his emotional distance, and his financial secrecy. She had begun documenting her fears privately, recording videos and writing entries describing her concerns. In one video, she walked through their home, calmly explaining where important documents were located, almost as if she were preparing evidence in advance. She did not know exactly what would happen, but she sensed instability growing around her. On the evening of December 6, 2009, Susan attended church with her children. She returned home later that night. Nothing about the evening appeared unusual. Neighbors saw no signs of disturbance. There were no sounds of conflict. But by the next morning, Susan was gone. Her children were still in the home. Josh Powell was present. He told a story that immediately raised concern. He claimed that late at night, during freezing winter temperatures, he had taken his two young sons on a camping trip in the desert. This explanation did not make sense. The children were very young. The temperature outside was dangerously cold. Camping at midnight under those conditions was highly unusual. Investigators were notified quickly. Missing persons cases involving mothers who suddenly vanish without explanation are treated with urgency because such disappearances rarely occur voluntarily. Officers arrived at the Powell home and began examining the environment carefully. Inside, they noticed signs that something was wrong. A fan was running continuously in the living room, despite the cold weather. Cleaning supplies had been used recently. Certain items appeared out of place. Susan's purse was still there. Her phone was still there. Her car was still there. These details suggested she had not left voluntarily. People who choose to leave do not abandon essential personal items. Investigators questioned Josh Powell. His behavior was calm but distant. He repeated his camping story. He described driving into a remote desert area with his children late at night. He claimed Susan had been home when he left and was gone when he returned. Investigators listened carefully, documenting every detail. They examined his vehicle. They searched the desert location he described. They found nothing. No campsite. No evidence. No trace of Susan. As investigators dug deeper, they discovered Susan had made recordings expressing fear of her husband. She had spoken openly about her concerns. She had saved documents. She had preserved information in case something happened to her. These records painted a picture of a woman who felt unsafe, a woman who had quietly prepared for a future she feared might come. Josh Powell's behavior became increasingly suspicious. He refused to cooperate fully. He avoided questions. He hired an attorney. He stopped participating in interviews. Investigators examined his computer. They recovered deleted files. They analyzed internet searches. They examined financial records. They reconstructed timelines. Each piece of evidence suggested planning, secrecy, and concealment. Meanwhile, Susan's parents fought tirelessly to keep the investigation alive. They spoke publicly. They worked with investigators. They refused to let her disappearance fade into silence. They believed strongly that she had not left voluntarily. They believed she had been taken from her children and her life by someone she trusted. The investigation continued for years. Josh Powell remained the primary suspect, but without physical evidence, prosecutors could not immediately file charges. Investigators continued searching remote areas. They analyzed environmental data. They examined vehicle movements. They followed every possible lead. The case remained open, waiting for the piece of evidence that would confirm what investigators already believed. Then, in February 2012, events reached a devastating conclusion. Josh Powell was involved in a supervised visit with his two sons at his home in Washington State. A social worker arrived to monitor the visit. As she approached the house, Josh grabbed the children and pulled them inside. He locked the door behind him. Moments later, an explosion occurred. He had set the house on fire intentionally, ending his own life and the lives of his children. Investigators later confirmed this was deliberate. It was an act designed to prevent any future investigation from forcing him to reveal the truth. Susan Powell was never found, but investigators concluded, based on overwhelming circumstantial evidence, behavioral patterns, digital evidence, and timeline reconstruction, that Josh Powell was responsible for her disappearance and death. Her journals, recordings, and documented fears became her voice, speaking even after she was gone, providing investigators with insight into the reality she had lived. What makes this story especially haunting is not just the disappearance, but the quiet progression of warning signs that existed long before the final event. Susan had sensed danger. She had documented her fears. She had preserved evidence. She had tried, in her own quiet way, to ensure the truth would eventually be seen. Her story remains one of the most disturbing examples of how someone can live beside danger without the world realizing it, and how evidence, even without a physical body, can reveal the truth hidden beneath ordinary life. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about a childhood stolen, about a monster who wore the mask of Mentor, and about how an entire sport failed to protect the children in its care. In the gymnasiums of Pennsylvania State University, where young athletes trained with dreams of Olympic glory, a doctor moved among them with keys to every locker room and unfettered access to vulnerable children. Parents trusted him completely, grateful their daughters were receiving medical care from such a respected professional. But behind closed doors, under the guise of treatment, he was committing crimes that would eventually reveal themselves as one of the most extensive child sexual abuse cases in American history. This is the story of Larry Nassar, a sports medicine doctor who sexually abused at least 265 young female athletes over more than 2 decades. Between 1992 and 2016, he used his position as team doctor for USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University to assault girls as young as 6 years old, disguising his abuse as legitimate medical treatment. His crimes were enabled by institutions that ignored complaints, silenced victims, and protected their reputations rather than the children in their care. Lawrence Gerard Nassar was born on August 16, 1963, in Farmington Hills, Michigan. He grew up in a middle-class family where education and achievement were valued. His childhood appeared unremarkable, with no obvious signs of the predator he would become. He was intelligent and focused, showing early interest in sports medicine and athletic training. Larry attended Michigan State University, earning undergraduate and graduate degrees in kinesiology before attending medical school. He was drawn to sports medicine, particularly gymnastics, where he saw opportunity to work with elite young athletes. He completed his training and became licensed as an osteopathic physician, gaining credentials that would give him authority and trust. In 1986, while still a student, Larry began working as an athletic trainer for the USA Gymnastics team. He quickly made himself indispensable, volunteering for events, traveling with teams, and building relationships with coaches and officials. He positioned himself as someone dedicated to the athletes, always available, always willing to help. This reputation gave him access and trust that he would exploit for decades. Larry developed a technique he claimed was a legitimate treatment for various athletic injuries, particularly back and hip pain. He called it pelvic floor therapy and told athletes it required internal manipulation. In reality, he was sexually assaulting them, penetrating them with his unloved hands while claiming it was medical treatment. The girls were confused and uncomfortable, but trusted that a doctor knew what he was doing. He would perform these assaults in exam rooms, often with parents present in the room, but positioned so they could not see what his hands were doing beneath a sheet. He would chat casually with parents while assaulting their daughters. His demeanor so professional and relaxed that no one suspected anything inappropriate was happening. Larry targeted young gymnasts who were vulnerable and unlikely to question authority. These were girls who had been trained from early childhood to obey coaches and medical staff without question, to push through pain and discomfort, to trust that adults in positions of authority had their best interests at heart. Their conditioning made them perfect victims for someone who understood how to exploit that trust. Over 2 decades, Larry assaulted hundreds of girls. Some were Olympic medalists, elite athletes whose names the world knew. Most were young gymnasts training at local clubs, girls with Olympic dreams who trusted that the national team doctor was providing them with the best care possible. He assaulted them at competitions, at training camps, at his office at Michigan State University, and even at his home where parents would bring their daughters for treatment. Reports of Larry's abuse began surfacing as early as the 1990s, but they were consistently dismissed or ignored. Young athletes complained to coaches, to USA Gymnastics officials, to Michigan State administrators. Each time, the institutions chose to protect Larry rather than investigate the claims. Officials told victims they were misunderstanding legitimate medical treatment. Some were warned that speaking out would damage their careers and the sport they loved. In 2004, a young gymnast reported Larry's abuse to Michigan State University police. An investigation was conducted but closed without charges. Larry was allowed to continue practicing. In 2014, another athlete filed a complaint with the university. Again, an investigation concluded that Larry's techniques were legitimate medical procedures. The institution sided with the doctor rather than the victim. The breakthrough came in 2016 when former gymnast Rachel Denhollander went public with detailed accusations against Larry. Her willingness to speak openly, using her real name and providing specific accounts, gave other victims courage to come forward. Within months, dozens and then hundreds of women and girls reported that Larry had assaulted them during supposed medical treatments. Investigations by police and journalists revealed the staggering scope of Larry's crimes and the systematic failures by USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University to protect children in their care. Internal documents showed that officials had received numerous complaints over decades, but had taken no meaningful action to stop Larry or protect future victims. Larry Nassar was arrested in December 2016 on child pornography charges. As the investigation expanded, he was charged with multiple counts of criminal sexual conduct spanning decades. Faced with overwhelming evidence from hundreds of victims, he eventually pleaded guilty to avoid trial. His sentencing hearings in January 2018 became historic moments. Over 7 days, 156 victims gave impact statements describing how Larry's abuse had affected their lives. Olympic champions like Ali Raisman, Michaela Maroney, and Simone Biles spoke publicly about being abused by the doctor they had trusted. Judge Rosemary Aquilina allowed every victim who wanted to speak the opportunity to confront Larry. Larry Nassar was sentenced to 40 to 175 years in prison for criminal sexual conduct, in addition to a 60-year federal sentence for child pornography. He will die in prison. During sentencing, Judge Aquilina told him he had just signed his own death warrant. The fallout from a Nassar case was extensive. USA Gymnastics filed for bankruptcy under the weight of lawsuits. The entire USA Gymnastics board resigned. Michigan State University paid $500 million to settle claims from victims. Officials who had dismissed or ignored complaints faced criminal charges for their failures. Larry's case exposed how institutions prioritize reputation over child safety, how predators exploit positions of trust and authority, and how children in elite sports can be particularly vulnerable to abuse because they have been conditioned to endure pain and obey authority figures without question. The survivors of Larry Nassar's abuse have become advocates for changing how institutions handle allegations of abuse and for protecting children in sports. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about obsession, manipulation, and how a desire for control can turn an ordinary life into a nightmare. This is the story of Ariel Castro, a man whose quiet presence masked unspeakable evil and the crimes that shocked a city, a nation, and ultimately the world. Ariel Castro was born on July 24, 1960, in Cleveland, Ohio, to Puerto Rican parents. His early life was difficult. His father was reportedly strict and sometimes abusive, and the family struggled financially. Ariel had an older brother and 2 sisters, and those closest to him described him as shy, withdrawn, and emotionally unstable. From a young age, he exhibited signs of possessiveness and control, though few realized how far these tendencies would later escalate. As a teenager, Castro was considered socially awkward. He struggled in school and often kept to himself. While some classmates described him as polite and courteous, others noticed his temper and his obsession with asserting dominance over situations he could control. He later worked as a bus driver for the Cleveland Transit System, a job that gave him access to the city and allowed him to blend into everyday life while planning darker acts in secret. In the early 1990s, Castro's life took a seemingly ordinary turn. He married, had children, and bought a house in a quiet Cleveland neighborhood. Friends and neighbors saw a family man, someone who appeared caring and stable. But behind closed doors, a darker side of his personality was developing, fueled by a desire to control and dominate. In 2002, Ariel Castro's obsession turned horrific. He began targeting young women in the Cleveland area, luring them into his home with promises of friendship, work opportunities, or help. Once inside, his charm disappeared, replaced by a chilling need for control and domination. Castro kidnapped Michelle Knight, Amanda Berry, and Gina DeJesus over a period spanning from 2002 to 2004. Each woman was held captive for years in his house, subjected to unimaginable abuse, and stripped of any autonomy. Michelle Knight was the first victim. On August 23, 2002, she was 21 years old when Castro abducted her. He held her for over a decade, convincing her that no one could help her and isolating her completely. 2 years later, he kidnapped Amanda Berry, then 16, and in 2004, Gina DeJesus, age 14. Each woman was subjected to physical, emotional, and sexual abuse, all under Castro's careful control. He installed locks and barricades, removed phone lines, and constantly monitored their movements, creating an environment of fear and helplessness. The house itself became a prison, with secret rooms, padlocks, and surveillance to ensure the victims could not escape. Castro manipulated them psychologically, alternating between cruelty and false kindness to maintain control. He allowed the women to move only under his supervision, forbade contact with the outside world, and created a system where they were entirely dependent on him. For over a decade, the women endured this captivity, surviving through resilience, small acts of defiance, and the hope that someone, someday, would notice their absence. Outside, neighbors in the community noticed nothing unusual. Castro presented himself as a normal man, driving his bus, working, and interacting politely with neighbors. His crimes went unnoticed because he was careful, calculated, and able to hide in plain sight. The breakthrough came on May 6, 2013. Amanda Berry, pregnant at the time, managed to escape when Castro left a door unlocked. She ran down the street, screaming for help, and neighbors intervened. Police arrived and discovered Michelle Knight and Gina DeJesus still confined in the house. The rescue shocked Cleveland and the entire nation, revealing the true extent of Castro's cruelty. Authorities investigated the house and found evidence of the horrific abuse the women had endured. They discovered physical restraints, damaged doors, and evidence of prolonged captivity. The women described years of psychological torment, repeated sexual assaults, and the constant fear of death. Castro's careful planning and ability to maintain a facade of normalcy made the revelations even more disturbing. He had lived among neighbors, friends, and co-workers for years while committing acts of unimaginable cruelty in his own home. Ariel Castro was arrested and charged with kidnapping, rape, and murder charges related to the abuse. During the legal proceedings, prosecutors highlighted not only the physical and sexual abuse, but also the psychological manipulation, control, and terror Castro had imposed. In July 2013, he pled guilty to 937 criminal counts, including aggravated murder for the death of a fetus born by Amanda Berry. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus 1,000 years, a sentence designed to ensure he would never be free again. The story of Ariel Castro shocked the world, not only because of the crimes themselves, but because of how someone who seemed ordinary, even kind on the surface, could commit such horrors in secrecy. Psychologists examining the case later noted patterns of extreme control, narcissism, and sadism, combined with the ability to mask true intentions behind charm and civility. Castro's actions became a case study in how predators can hide in plain sight, exploiting trust, routine, and societal assumptions about normalcy. The aftermath of the case focused on the resilience of the victims. Michelle Knight, Amanda Berry, and Gina De Jesus rebuilt their lives, becoming advocates for survivors of abuse and kidnapping. Their courage and strength highlighted the human capacity to survive even the most unimaginable trauma. Meanwhile, Cleveland and the nation grappled with the horrifying realization that someone living among them had committed such calculated, prolonged evil. The Ariel Castro case remains one of the most disturbing modern crimes in U.S. history, demonstrating the danger of obsession, the extremes of psychological manipulation, and the terrifying truth that evil can exist behind the most ordinary of doors. It is a story of horror, yes, but also of survival, resilience, and the unbreakable human spirit, showing that even in the darkest situations, hope and courage can prevail. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about ambition without limits, about a woman who saw opportunity in tragedy, and about how the desire for wealth can transform caregiving into something sinister. In the boarding houses of early 20th century America, where elderly people and invalids sought care in their final years, a pattern was emerging that would take decades to recognize. Certain caregivers seemed to have unusually high numbers of patients who passed away unexpectedly, often leaving behind wills that benefited their caretakers. One woman in particular moved from state to state, always finding new clients, always collecting inheritances, always moving on before suspicions could solidify. This is the story of Amy Archer Gilligan, the proprietor of the Archer Home for the Elderly and Infirm in Windsor, Connecticut. Between 1907 and 1917, at least 5 people in her care passed away under suspicious circumstances, though investigators believe the true number may have been as high as 48. She would convince elderly clients to sign over their assets or name her in their wills, then administer arsenic or other substances to hasten their passing. Her arrest in 1916 exposed a decade of suspected crimes and inspired the play and film Arsenic and Old Lace. Amy Duggan was born in 1873 in Connecticut to Irish immigrant parents. She grew up in modest circumstances and received basic education. She was intelligent and ambitious, determined to rise above her working-class origins. She married James Archer in 1897, and together they established a home for elderly boarders in 1907, purchasing a large house in Windsor, Connecticut. The Archer Home advertised itself as providing quality care for elderly people in their final years. Amy and James charged either ongoing fees for care or offered lifetime residency for a single large payment. Many elderly clients chose the lifetime option, paying substantial sums up front with the understanding they would be cared for until their natural passing. James Archer passed away in 1910 under circumstances that were considered natural at the time. Amy inherited his share of the business and continued operating the home. She remarried in 1913 to Michael Gilligan, but he passed away suspiciously just 3 months after their wedding, having recently made Amy the beneficiary of his life insurance policy. Over the years, residents of the Archer Home passed away with unusual frequency. Amy would convince clients to make her the beneficiary of their estates or to pay large lump sums for lifetime care. Then those clients would become ill suddenly and pass away within weeks or months. Amy would collect whatever assets they had left behind, sometimes substantial amounts. The deaths were attributed to natural causes related to age and infirmity. In the early 1900s, elderly people were expected to decline and pass away, and thorough investigations were rare. Amy was skilled at presenting herself as a devoted caregiver, heartbroken by the loss of her charges. She would arrange funerals and express appropriate grief while quietly collecting inheritances. But whispers began spreading in Windsor. Local residents noticed that people who entered the Archer Home in reasonable health seemed to decline rapidly. Families of former residents began comparing notes and realized that multiple people had changed their wills shortly before passing away unexpectedly. Some relatives had been told their loved ones were too ill for visits, only to learn days later that they had passed. The breakthrough came in 1914 when relatives of Franklin Andrews became suspicious after his sudden passing just weeks after entering the home. They demanded an investigation. When his body was exhumed and tested, it contained high levels of arsenic. This discovery prompted authorities to exhume other former residents, and multiple bodies tested positive for arsenic or other substances. Investigation revealed that Amy had been purchasing large quantities of arsenic from local pharmacies, claiming she needed it for pest control. The amount she purchased far exceeded what would be necessary for rodents. Records showed she had bought arsenic shortly before multiple residents became fatally ill. Financial investigation uncovered a pattern of residents changing their wills or signing over assets shortly before becoming ill and passing away. Amy had collected thousands of dollars in inheritances and insurance payments over the years. What appeared to be unfortunate coincidences now looked like systematic poisoning for profit. Amy was arrested in May 1916 and charged with multiple counts. Her trial began in June 1917 and drew significant public attention. The prosecution presented evidence of arsenic purchases, suspicious timing of illnesses and passings, and financial records showing Amy's profit from resident deaths. Amy's defense argued that the arsenic was genuinely for pest control and that the deaths were natural given the residents' advanced ages and health conditions. But the evidence was overwhelming. The prosecution showed that healthy residents became fatally ill shortly after Amy purchased arsenic, and that she had clear financial motives. The jury convicted Amy on one count, and she was sentenced to death by hanging. However, her attorneys successfully argued that she was mentally incompetent. She was evaluated by psychiatrists who diagnosed her with various mental conditions, and her sentence was commuted. She was committed to Connecticut State Hospital for the Insane, where she would spend the rest of her life. Amy Archer Gilligan remained institutionalized for 23 years, maintaining her innocence throughout. She passed away in the psychiatric hospital in 1962 at age 89, having outlived all her victims and most of their families. Her case became one of the most notorious examples of what would later be called healthcare serial cases, where caregivers harm those in their care for financial gain. The case inspired Arsenic and Old Lace, though that work transformed the story into dark comedy rather than depicting the tragedy of real victims. The investigation into Amy's activities revealed systemic problems in how elderly care facilities were monitored in early 20th century America. There were few regulations governing nursing homes, little oversight of how residents' finances were managed, and minimal investigation when elderly people passed away. Amy exploited all these gaps. Her victims were elderly people who had trusted her with their care and their assets in their most vulnerable years. Many had no close family to advocate for them or question suspicious circumstances. Some had specifically chosen the Archer home because Amy seemed so caring and competent. They paid for quality care in their final years and instead received poisoning that ended their lives prematurely. The case led to reforms in Connecticut and other states regarding nursing home oversight, requirements for investigating suspicious passings of residents, and regulations about financial relationships between caregivers and clients. These changes came too late for Amy's victims, but helped protect future generations. Amy Archer Gilligan demonstrated how positions of trust over vulnerable populations can be exploited by those motivated by greed. She showed how easily elderly people, already expected to decline and pass, could be victimized without raising immediate suspicion. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a firefighter who was supposed to protect his community about a series of devastating fires that terrorized a California town, and about how an arson investigation revealed that the person setting the fires was the same person who kept showing up to fight them. In the 1980s and 1990s, a wave of arson fires swept through California, causing millions of dollars in damage and taking multiple lives. The fires seemed random at first, targeting homes, businesses, and retail stores across different cities. Fire investigators struggled to identify a pattern or motive, but they knew they were dealing with a serial arsonist who was becoming more brazen and dangerous with each fire. The arsonist had a signature method. He used a time delay incendiary device that gave him time to leave the scene before the fire started. The device was simple but effective: a cigarette attached to matches with a rubber band. The cigarette would burn down slowly, eventually igniting the matches, which would then ignite whatever flammable materials had been placed nearby. This gave the arsonist a window of several minutes to be far away when the fire actually started. Between 1984 and 1991, this arsonist set nearly 2,000 fires across California. The fires destroyed homes where families slept, retail stores and shopping centers, and even a hardware store where 4 people died trapped inside. The death toll continued to rise, and investigators were under immense pressure to catch the person responsible before more lives were lost. Fire investigators from multiple jurisdictions began working together, sharing information about the fires and looking for connections. They noticed that many of the fires were set in retail stores, often in areas where flammable products were stored. They also noticed that the fires frequently occurred in locations near the arsonist's apparent comfort zone, suggesting he was someone who was familiar with the area. One name that kept appearing in the investigation was John Leonard, or a fire captain and arson investigator for the Glendale Fire Department, or was actually one of the investigators working on the arson cases. He was respected in his field, had written articles about fire investigation, and regularly attended conferences about arson detection. He seemed like the perfect person to help catch the serial arsonist. But investigators began to notice something strange. John had been present at or near many of the fires, either responding as a firefighter or attending in his capacity as an arson investigator. At first, this didn't seem unusual since it was his job to investigate arsons. But the pattern was too consistent to be coincidental. Fires seemed to happen in areas where, or was attending conferences or training sessions. The breakthrough came when investigators discovered that had written a manuscript for a novel about a serial arsonist. The book, titled Points of Origin, told the story of a firefighter who secretly set fires and then investigated them. The details in the fictional account were disturbingly similar to the real fires happening across California. The protagonist in Orr's novel used the same time delay cigarette device that the real arsonist was using. Investigators obtained a search warrant for Orr's home and car. In his vehicle, they found materials that could be used to make incendiary devices, including cigarettes and rubber bands. They also found evidence that had been tracking his own fires, keeping notes about which ones had been successful and which had been discovered before causing significant damage. The evidence was overwhelming. John, the fire captain who was supposed to be catching the arsonist, was actually the arsonist himself. He had been setting fires for years, then showing up to investigate them or fight them, enjoying the chaos and attention that came with each blaze. He had even written a book about it, thinly disguising his own crimes as fiction. In 1992, John was arrested and charged with multiple counts of arson. As investigators dug deeper, they connected him to more and more fires, including the 1984 fire at a hardware store in South Pasadena that had killed 4 people, including a 2-year-old child and her grandmother. The realization that a trusted fire official had been responsible for so much destruction and death shocked the firefighting community. Orr's trial began in 1998. The prosecution presented evidence of the fires, the incendiary devices, and the manuscript that described crimes only the arsonist could know about. They argued that had set fires to create excitement in his life and to make himself seem important as the investigator who could solve these cases. Some experts suggested he had a psychological need for attention and control. The defense tried to argue that the evidence was circumstantial and that Orr's manuscript was just fiction, not a confession. They claimed that other people could have been responsible for the fires and that Orr was being targeted because he was a fire investigator who had made enemies. But the evidence was too strong, and the patterns were too clear. In 1998, John was convicted of 4 counts of ending lives through arson for the hardware store fire that killed 4 people. He was also convicted of multiple other arson charges. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus additional consecutive sentences for the other arsons. In a separate federal trial, he was convicted of additional arson charges and received more prison time. John Orr is currently serving his life sentences in a California state prison. He has maintained his innocence over the years, claiming he was wrongly convicted despite the overwhelming evidence against him. His case became one of the most famous examples of a firefighter arsonist, a phenomenon that, while rare, represents a complete betrayal of public trust. The fires John Orr set destroyed hundreds of homes and businesses and took at least 4 lives. Families lost everything they owned. Children lost parents and grandparents. Communities lived in fear, not knowing when or where the next fire would strike. And all of this destruction was caused by someone who had taken an oath to protect people from fire. The case of John Orr revealed the dark side of someone who became addicted to the excitement and power that came with fire. He couldn't just fight fires, he needed to create them. He couldn't just investigate arsons, he needed to be the arsonist. His need for control and attention led him to betray everything he was supposed to stand for, turning him from a protector into one of California's most destructive criminals. The firefighting community was shaken by Orr's crimes, which damaged public trust in fire departments. But it also led to better screening and psychological evaluation of firefighters and investigators to identify warning signs of this kind of dangerous behavior. John Orr's legacy is one of betrayal, destruction, and lives lost, a reminder that sometimes the greatest danger comes from those we trust most to keep us safe. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a popular high school athlete who seemed destined for greatness, about a young woman who was found strangled in her apartment, and about how a case that went cold for over 20 years was finally solved when the killer made one careless mistake. In June 1993, 18-year-old Angie Dodge was found dead in her apartment in Idaho Falls, Idaho. She had been brutally attacked and strangled in her own bedroom. The crime scene showed signs of a violent struggle, and evidence suggested she had fought hard against her attacker. The small community of Idaho Falls was shocked that such a terrible crime could happen in their quiet town. Police immediately launched an investigation, collecting evidence from the scene, including DNA samples. In 1993, DNA technology was still relatively new, but investigators preserved the biological evidence, hoping it would eventually help them identify the killer. They interviewed Angie's friends, family, and anyone who might have seen something suspicious around her apartment building. The investigation eventually focused on a young man named Christopher Tapp, who was 18 years old at the time of the crime. Christopher had some connections to people who knew Angie, though he didn't know her well himself. Police brought him in for questioning, and after hours of intense interrogation, Christopher confessed to being involved in Angie's death. But there were immediate problems with Christopher's confession. The details he provided didn't match the evidence from the crime scene. He changed his story multiple times during the interrogation. Most critically, his DNA didn't match the DNA found at the scene. Despite these red flags, prosecutors moved forward with charging Christopher as an accomplice, claiming he had been present during the attack, even if he wasn't the primary perpetrator. In 1998, Christopher Tapp was convicted of being involved in Angie's death and was sentenced to 30 years in prison. He maintained his innocence, saying he had only confessed because police had pressured him and suggested details he should include in his story. But he remained behind bars while the real killer's identity remained unknown. For over 2 decades, Angie Dodge's mother, Carol, worked tirelessly to find the truth about who had really taken her daughter's life. She reviewed the evidence, studied the case files, and became convinced that Christopher Tapp was innocent. She even formed a friendship with Christopher, visiting him in prison and advocating for his release. Carol Dodge wanted justice for her daughter, but she wanted the right person held accountable, not an innocent man. The DNA evidence from the crime scene had never matched Christopher Tapp, and it didn't match anyone in the criminal DNA databases. For years, the case remained partially unsolved. Police had convicted someone they believed was involved, but they knew the DNA belonged to someone else who had never been identified. Then in 2014, Carol Dodge pushed for the case to be reopened and for new DNA testing to be conducted using updated technology. The Idaho Innocence Project also got involved, working to prove Christopher Tapp's innocence. As investigators looked at the case with fresh eyes, it became increasingly clear that Christopher's confession had been coerced and that he had no actual involvement in the crime. In 2019, after serving more than 20 years in prison, Christopher Tapp was released. Prosecutors acknowledged that he should not have been convicted and that the confession had been unreliable. But the question remained, who had actually ended Angie Dodge's life? Investigators decided to use the same genetic genealogy technique that had successfully identified the Golden State Killer. They uploaded the DNA profile from the crime scene to public genealogy databases and began building family trees to identify potential suspects. The process was painstaking, requiring investigators to trace family lines and eliminate relatives one by one. The genetic genealogy work led investigators to a man named Brian Lee Dripps, who had been living in Idaho Falls at the time of Angie's death. In fact, Dripps had lived in the same apartment complex as Angie, right across the hall from her. He had been there all along, hiding in plain sight for over 25 years. In May 2019, police arrested 53-year-old Brian Dripps and charged him with the assault and ending of Angie Dodge's life. When confronted with the DNA evidence, Dripps confessed to the crime. He admitted that he had entered Angie's apartment and attacked her, acting alone. Christopher Tapp had never been involved at all. Dripps claimed he had been drunk and high on drugs the night of the attack, and said he'd gone to Angie's apartment thinking she was someone else he knew. His explanation did little to justify the brutal violence he had inflicted on an innocent young woman. He had taken Angie's life, then lived freely for 26 years while an innocent man sat in prison for his crime. In 2021, Brian Dripps pleaded guilty to the charges and was sentenced to 20 years to life in prison. He will be eligible for parole after serving 20 years, though there's no guarantee he will ever be released. For Angie's family, the conviction brought some measure of closure, though it couldn't undo the decades of pain and the knowledge that the wrong person had been punished for so long. Carol Dodge, who had fought so hard for the truth, didn't live to see Dripps convicted. She passed away in 2019, just months after his arrest. But she knew before she died that her daughter's real killer had finally been identified and that Christopher Tapp had been exonerated. Her determination to find the truth, even when it meant admitting that the original conviction was wrong, was extraordinary. Christopher Tapp has worked to rebuild his life after spending more than 20 years in prison for a crime he didn't commit. He has become an advocate for criminal justice reform and for improving interrogation practices to prevent false confessions. His case has become a textbook example of how coercive interrogation techniques can lead innocent people to confess to crimes they didn't commit. Angie Dodge was just 18 years old when her life was stolen from her by a neighbor who saw her as a victim rather than a person. She had graduated from high school just weeks before her death and had her whole future ahead of her. Her case became a cautionary tale about the dangers of tunnel vision in investigations and the importance of DNA evidence in ensuring justice is served. The case also demonstrated the power of genetic genealogy in solving cold cases and the importance of families who refuse to give up searching for truth. Carol Dodge's determination ensured that both her daughter's real killer was caught and an innocent man was freed. While justice came far too late for Angie and took far too long for Christopher Tapp, the truth finally emerged, proving that persistence and advancing technology can eventually overcome even decades of injustice. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who built his entire life around control. Control over his appearance, control over his routine, and most importantly, control over how other people saw him. His name was Mark Hacking, and for years, he lived inside a carefully constructed illusion. To his neighbors in Salt Lake City, Utah, he was a quiet husband. To his family, he was someone working toward a career in medicine. To his wife, Lori, he was a partner building a shared future filled with promise. Their apartment was small but comfortable, filled with the ordinary signs of a young couple moving forward in life. Books stacked near the bed, notes written about future plans, and schedules that reflected ambition and hope. Nothing about their life suggested instability. Nothing about Mark suggested violence. But behind the structure of that ordinary life was a secret he had been hiding for years, and that secret was slowly approaching the point where it could no longer remain hidden. Mark and Lori met years earlier and quickly formed a close bond. Lori was disciplined, motivated, and deeply supportive. She believed in Mark's future. She believed in his intelligence. He had told her he was attending medical school, that he was progressing toward becoming a doctor. She trusted him completely. She told friends and family about his achievements with pride. Their families celebrated their progress, believing they were watching two young people build a stable and meaningful future. Mark reinforced this belief by maintaining routines that appeared consistent with his claims. He left home at expected hours. He spoke about exams. He discussed academic pressures. He created the appearance of someone moving steadily toward a professional career. But the truth was different. Mark had never been accepted into medical school. He had lied. The lie did not exist as a single moment of deception. It existed as a structure, something he maintained daily. Each morning he left the apartment not to attend classes, but to preserve the illusion. Each conversation with Lori reinforced the false reality he had created. He understood that the longer the lie existed, the more difficult it would become to escape it. But instead of admitting the truth, he continued building layers around it. He avoided situations where his claims could be directly verified. He controlled conversations. He provided explanations that prevented deeper questioning. He lived in constant awareness that exposure could happen at any moment. By July 2004, that moment was approaching. Lori had begun preparing to move with Mark to North Carolina, where he claimed he had been accepted into a medical program. She had told her family. She had made plans. She had trusted completely in the future he described. But unknown to her, the truth was beginning to surface. Verification requests were being made. Records were being examined. The illusion was weakening. On the morning of July 19th, 2004, Lori woke up early. It was an ordinary morning. She told Mark she planned to go for a run. She often exercised in the mornings. It was part of her routine. She left the apartment wearing running clothes. She did not take her phone. She did not take identification. She did not take anything unusual. She never returned. At first, Mark's behavior appeared consistent with concern. He told people she had gone running and had not come back. He contacted family members. He spoke with police. He repeated the same explanation. He said he had been asleep when she left and did not know what happened after that. Investigators responded quickly. Missing person cases always begin with urgency, especially when the disappearance is sudden and unexplained. They searched nearby areas. They interviewed neighbors. They examined possible routes Lori might have taken during her run. But investigators quickly noticed something unusual. There was no evidence she had gone running. No witnesses had seen her. No cameras captured her. No physical signs suggested she had left the apartment alive. Investigators began focusing on the last person known to have seen her, Mark. At first, his explanations appeared calm and consistent. He described waking up after she had left. He described assuming she had gone running as planned. He described becoming concerned when she did not return. But investigators are trained to observe details beyond words. They observe timing. They observe inconsistencies. They observe behavior. They examined his movements carefully. They discovered that on the day Lori disappeared, Mark had driven his car to a location investigators would later identify as a landfill transfer station. This discovery was critical. Landfill transfer stations serve as collection points where trash is deposited before being transported to larger landfills. Material deposited there becomes extremely difficult to recover. Investigators examined records. They confirmed Mark had accessed the station that morning. This contradicted his earlier statements. He had not mentioned visiting the station. Investigators searched the apartment. Inside, they discovered evidence that suggested violence had occurred. Blood evidence was found. Attempts had been made to clean it. Cleaning can remove visible signs, but forensic analysis can reveal what remains beneath the surface. Investigators used chemical detection methods that exposed traces invisible to the naked eye. The apartment had been cleaned deliberately. Investigators now understood that Lori had never left the apartment alive. Attention intensified. Search teams focused on the landfill connected to the transfer station Mark had visited. This was an enormous task. Landfills contain massive amounts of material, layered and compressed. Finding specific evidence within them requires extraordinary effort. Investigators coordinated teams. They examined records. They identified sections most likely connected to the material deposited that day. Meanwhile, Mark's behavior changed. Under pressure, maintaining his illusion became impossible. On October 1st, 2004, he confessed. He admitted that Lori had discovered the truth. She had learned he was not attending medical school. She had confronted him. The confrontation forced him to face the collapse of the identity he had built. The life he had presented, the future he had promised, the respect he had received, all of it was built on deception. In that moment, he chose violence instead of truth. His confession confirmed what investigators had already begun to prove through evidence. He was arrested. The investigation that followed revealed the full timeline. His lies had been maintained for years. He had constructed routines designed to prevent discovery. He had relied on trust. He had relied on Lori's belief in him. He had relied on the assumption that the illusion could continue indefinitely. But illusions require constant maintenance. And eventually, reality breaks through. At trial, the evidence was clear. Forensic evidence from the apartment, records from the landfill, his own admission. The jury heard the timeline in detail, understanding how his deception had evolved, how it had reached a breaking point, and how investigators had followed the evidence patiently until the truth was undeniable. Mark Hacking was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. Today, he remains incarcerated, his life defined not by the future he once pretended to pursue, but by the evidence that exposed him. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who built his identity around control, about a disappearance that shook a wealthy Connecticut town, and about how small forensic details, a drop of blood, a piece of surveillance footage, a timeline measured in minutes, dismantled a carefully rehearsed lie. This is the true story of the murder of Jennifer Dullos. Jennifer Farber Dullos grew up in New York in an educated, financially comfortable family. She attended Brown University, later earned a graduate degree, and was known for her intelligence and creativity. She married Fotis Dullos, a charismatic real estate developer with ambitious plans and an appetite for luxury. At first, their life appeared aspirational. They lived in large homes. They had 5 children. They moved in social circles that valued appearance and success. But behind the facade, the marriage deteriorated. Financial pressure mounted. Fotis's development projects struggled. Lawsuits accumulated. Debt increased. Jennifer increasingly felt isolated and controlled. In 2017, she filed for divorce and moved with the children to New Canaan, Connecticut. The divorce was bitter. Court filings revealed deep hostility. Jennifer accused Fotis of threatening behavior and emotional abuse. Fotis denied the claims and portrayed himself as a devoted father unfairly restricted from his children. The custody battle became intense. Emails between attorneys grew sharper. Motions were filed repeatedly. Psychological evaluations were requested. The conflict moved from private arguments to documented legal warfare. On May 24th, 2019, Jennifer drove her children to school in the morning. Surveillance footage captured her vehicle returning to her home shortly after 8 a.m. After that, she vanished. She missed appointments. She failed to pick up her children. That alone was deeply out of character. Jennifer was organized, present, attentive. Police arrived quickly. At her home, investigators found signs of violence. There was blood, not a small amount, but evidence of a severe assault. Blood spatter patterns suggested she had been attacked in the garage. There were attempts at cleanup, but forensic luminol revealed more than the eye could see. Investigators reconstructed the morning carefully. Fotis Dullos had claimed he was at home in Farmington, Connecticut at the time, but cell phone tower data told a different story. His phone had traveled toward New Canaan that morning. Surveillance cameras along highways and in neighborhoods became crucial. A dark pickup truck, later connected to Fotis, was captured on video near Jennifer's home around the window of time investigators believe the attack occurred. The case began expanding outward. Police discovered that Fotis had been seen that evening in Hartford, discarding trash bags into public bins. Surveillance footage showed him and his girlfriend, Michelle Triconis, stopping at multiple trash receptacles. Inside those discarded bags, investigators later found bloody clothing, zip ties, gloves, and cleaning materials. Some items contained Jennifer's DNA. The methodical disposal suggested planning. Investigators theorized that Fotis had driven to Jennifer's home, attacked her in the garage, transported her body in her own vehicle, then abandoned that vehicle in a nearby park before returning home to create an alibi. Jennifer's body has never been found. Despite that, the forensic case grew strong. Blood evidence in the garage indicated Jennifer suffered severe injuries unlikely to have been survivable. DNA linked the cleanup materials to the crime scene. Surveillance timelines narrowed the window tightly around Fotis's movements. During police interviews, Fotis remained composed. He denied involvement. He described the accusations as part of the custody conflict. He maintained that Jennifer had staged her disappearance to frame him. But the evidence continued to accumulate. Investigators discovered that a longtime friend of Fotis, Kent Mawaney, had also been involved in discussions that prosecutors later argued were part of conspiracy. There were references to alibi planning. There were unusual property visits in the days before the disappearance. In January 2020, Fotis Dullos was arrested and charged with murder and kidnapping-related offenses. He posted bond initially. Shortly afterward, facing mounting legal pressure and the possibility of trial, Fotis attempted suicide at his home. He was transported to a hospital where he later died. His death prevented a criminal trial, but the legal process continued for others involved. Michelle Triconis was later convicted of conspiracy to commit murder and evidence tampering. Prosecutors argued she knowingly participated in disposal efforts and assisted in constructing false alibis. Throughout the proceedings, the courtroom heard detailed forensic testimony. Blood spatter analysts described impact patterns in the garage. Digital experts mapped cell phone movements minute by minute. Video analysts stitched together surveillance clips from multiple towns to reconstruct routes taken that day. The case did not rely on a confession. It relied on reconstruction. Piece by piece, investigators built a timeline so tight that alternative explanations collapsed under scrutiny. Jennifer's family spoke publicly about her devotion to her children. They described her as resilient, protective, and deeply focused on shielding them from conflict. The motive prosecutors presented centered on control, the belief that losing custody and financial leverage was intolerable to Fotis. This was not an impulsive act. It was framed as calculated. The careful driving routes, the staged alibi, the disposal of evidence across multiple locations. Yet what ultimately exposed the crime were small, overlooked details. Surveillance cameras he did not anticipate. Microscopic blood traces that survived cleaning. Digital footprints impossible to erase completely. Jennifer Dullos remains physically missing. Legally and factually, investigators concluded she was murdered inside her own garage on an ordinary morning after dropping her children at school. The silence of that suburban street that day contrasts sharply with the violence believed to have occurred minutes earlier. This story lingers because it shows how modern investigations function, not through dramatic confessions, but through data. Cameras, DNA, cell phone pings, traffic timestamps, and it shows how, even without a body, a case can be proven through methodical reconstruction. Jennifer's children continue their lives under the care of extended family, and the house in New Canaan, once just another large suburban property, became the quiet center of a crime that unfolded not in a single explosive moment, but in a carefully planned morning measured in minutes. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lied so convincingly that even his closest family believed him. About a woman who trusted love over instinct, and about a crime that began with deception long before it ended in murder. This is a true crime story about Mark hacking, a case that unfolded quietly but revealed one of the most disturbing examples of how lies can replace reality. Mark Hacking was born into a respected family in Utah. His parents were successful, supportive, and deeply involved in their community. From a young age, Mark learned how to present himself well. He was polite, articulate, and appeared ambitious. Teachers and relatives described him as intelligent but emotionally fragile, someone who avoided confrontation and struggled under pressure. As Mark grew older, that pressure increased. He wanted to be impressive. He wanted approval. And most of all, he wanted to appear successful without doing the work required to be successful. In college, Mark met Lori Hacking. Lori was kind, patient, and grounded. She believed in honesty and effort. She worked hard, stayed focused, and trusted deeply. Where Mark exaggerated, Lori stabilized. Where Mark avoided reality, Lori confronted it gently. Their relationship developed quickly, and they married young. To Lori, Mark was a man with big dreams. To Mark, Lori was someone he needed to keep believing in those dreams. Mark told Lori he had been accepted into medical school. Later, he claimed he was attending law school instead. He spoke confidently about classes, exams, professors, and future plans. He dressed the part. He used the language of someone who belonged in those spaces. None of it was true. Mark had never been accepted into medical school. He had never attended law school. He spent his days pretending to go to class while actually wandering around campus buildings, libraries, and coffee shops, trying to maintain the illusion. He forged documents. He lied to family members. He built an entire life on fabrication. Lori eventually began to sense something was wrong. Details did not add up. Mark avoided specific questions. He grew defensive when pressed. Still, Lori loved him. She believed marriage meant patience and trust. When she finally confronted him seriously, Mark panicked. The lies were collapsing. On July 19, 2004, Mark and Lori went for an early morning walk near Memory Grove Park in Salt Lake City. Mark later told police that a stranger had attacked them. He claimed Lori was abducted while he escaped. From the beginning, investigators were skeptical. There were no witnesses, no signs of struggle consistent with an abduction, no evidence supporting Mark's story. Lori's family immediately sensed something was wrong. She would not have wandered off voluntarily. She would not have left without contacting someone. And Mark's account changed subtly each time he retold it. Police began digging into Mark's background. What they found was a web of lies. There was no law school enrollment, no medical school acceptance, no academic record matching his claims. Professors he mentioned had never heard of him. Buildings he claimed to attend classes in had no record of him. The investigation shifted quickly. Mark was no longer a witness. He was a suspect. Under pressure, Mark began unraveling. His demeanor shifted from cooperative to evasive. He contradicted himself. He struggled to maintain eye contact. Detectives applied calm, methodical questioning, allowing silence to do its work. Then came the confession. Mark admitted that he had killed Lori. He explained that the confrontation about his lies terrified him. He believed his entire life was about to collapse. Instead of facing consequences, he chose violence. He shot Lori and later returned to the area to dispose of her body. Lori's remains were found days later in a shallow grave. The community was devastated. At trial, prosecutors laid out the case slowly and carefully. They explained how Mark's deception was not a single lie, but a lifestyle. Experts testified about pathological lying, avoidance behavior, and the psychology of individuals who choose control over accountability. Mark pleaded guilty to first-degree murder. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. What makes this story deeply unsettling is not just the crime. It is the quietness. There was no history of violence, no explosive temper, no obvious warning signs, just lies. And when those lies were threatened, Mark chose the only option that preserved his false identity, even if it destroyed everything else. This story reminds us that danger does not always come from anger. Sometimes it comes from fear. Fear of being exposed, fear of disappointing others, fear of reality itself. And sometimes the most devastating crimes begin not with hatred, but with the refusal to tell the truth. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived two completely different lives at the same time. A man trusted with national security, discipline, and leadership, while secretly committing some of the most disturbing crimes imaginable. This is a true crime story about control, ritual, escalation, and how evil can hide perfectly behind structure, rank, and respectability for years without being noticed. Russell Williams was born in 1963 and raised in Canada in what appeared to be a stable, disciplined environment. From a young age, he showed a strong attraction to order and hierarchy. He was intelligent, focused, and driven. He joined the Canadian Armed Forces and quickly distinguished himself as competent, reliable, and ambitious. His career advanced steadily, and over time he became a highly respected colonel, eventually appointed as the commander of CFB Trenton, one of the most important Air Force bases in Canada. This position placed him in charge of thousands of personnel and sensitive military operations, including responsibility for aircraft used by government leaders. To colleagues, Russell Williams was calm, professional, and meticulous. He dressed neatly, spoke carefully, and followed rules obsessively. He was married, lived in a quiet neighborhood, and projected the image of a man who had everything under control. There were no visible warning signs, no public outbursts, no scandals. He blended perfectly into a world built on discipline and trust. But beneath this surface, another life was slowly taking shape. For years, Russell Williams had been engaging in secret behavior that grew darker over time. It began with fetish burglaries. Late at night, he would break into homes, specifically targeting houses where women lived alone. He memorized routines, studied neighborhoods, and chose locations where he felt confident he would not be interrupted. Once inside, he did not steal valuables. Instead, he took personal items, clothing, underwear, objects that allowed him to feel a sense of possession over someone he had never met. He photographed himself wearing these items. These acts were not impulsive. They were planned carefully. Russell documented everything. He kept detailed records, photographs, and notes, creating a private archive of his crimes. Each break-in reinforced his sense of control. Each successful intrusion emboldened him. Over time, burglary was no longer enough. The desire for control escalated into violence. In November 2009, a woman named Marie-France Comeau was found murdered in her home. She had been sexually assaulted and strangled. There were signs of staging. The crime appeared calculated, not chaotic. Investigators initially had few leads. The neighborhood was quiet. There were no witnesses. Nothing obvious pointed to a suspect. Then, only 2 months later, another woman, Jessica Lloyd, disappeared. Jessica was a young woman who lived alone and worked at a veterinary clinic. When she failed to show up for work and could not be reached, concern grew quickly. Her family reported her missing, and police began searching immediately. Unlike many cases, this investigation moved fast, driven by the proximity to the earlier murder. Investigators found tire tracks near Jessica's home. The tracks were distinctive. They began comparing them against known vehicles in the area. At the same time, they examined security footage, credit card records, and phone activity. What they uncovered was chilling. The tire tracks matched those of a vehicle registered to Russell Williams. At first, this seemed impossible. Russell was a colonel, a base commander, a man vetted repeatedly by the military. But evidence does not care about reputation. Police placed Russell under surveillance. They observed his movements. They noted inconsistencies. Then they searched his home. What they found destroyed the illusion completely. Inside his house were hundreds of photographs documenting years of crimes. Images of him wearing stolen clothing. Images taken inside victims' homes. Detailed logs of break-ins. Items belonging to numerous women. The scale of his secret life was overwhelming. Russell Williams was arrested. During interrogation, something extraordinary happened. Instead of denying his actions, Russell confessed calmly and in detail. He spoke without visible emotion. He explained his crimes methodically, describing how he selected homes, how he avoided detection, how his fantasies escalated over time. He described the murders without remorse, focusing on sequence and control rather than human impact. Investigators were struck by how controlled he remained throughout the confession. There was no panic, no collapse, just a man explaining his double life, as if reviewing a project. Russell led police to Jessica Lloyd's body, which he had concealed in a remote wooded area. Her remains confirmed his confession. He also admitted responsibility for the murder of Marie France Comeau. At trial, the evidence was overwhelming. The photographs, the records, the forensic matches. There was no ambiguity. Russell Williams pleaded guilty to multiple charges, including 2 counts of first-degree murder, sexual assault, and numerous break-ins. In 2010, he was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole for 25 years. What makes this story so unsettling is not just the violence, it is the discipline, the structure, the way Russell Williams maintained absolute control over his public identity while nurturing a private world of escalating brutality. He did not appear chaotic. He did not appear unstable. He appeared organized, respected, and dependable. This case forces us to confront an uncomfortable truth. That evil does not always look disordered. Sometimes it wears a uniform. Sometimes it follows rules. Sometimes it hides so well that even those closest never see it coming. And by the time it is revealed, the damage has already been done. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who disappeared quietly. A disappearance that at first seemed like a breakup, then a misunderstanding, and finally something far more disturbing. This is a true crime story about obsession, manipulation, and how a crime can hide in plain sight for years when the truth is slowly buried under lies. In 2012, Carrie Farver was living a stable and independent life in Iowa. She was a hardworking woman, a devoted mother to her teenage son, and someone who valued routine and responsibility. Those close to her described her as dependable and straightforward. She was not reckless. She did not disappear without explanation. She did not abandon her child. That is what made what followed so unsettling. Carrie began casually dating a man named Dave Kropa. The relationship was new, informal, and not deeply emotional. They spent time together, talked regularly, but there was no serious commitment. Dave was open about wanting to keep things light. Carrie seemed to accept that. There were no major arguments, no visible tension, nothing that suggested danger. Then, suddenly, Carrie stopped showing up. She missed work. She failed to pick up her son. Her phone went quiet in ways that felt unnatural. For a woman so consistent, so present, this absence was deeply alarming. Friends and family reached out, expecting an explanation, but instead, confusion grew. And then something strange happened. Messages began appearing. Carrie, supposedly, was texting friends, family, and coworkers. She claimed she had decided to leave town. She said she wanted a fresh start. She said she no longer wished to be contacted. The tone of these messages fell off. They were colder, shorter, unrecognizable to people who knew her well. Even more confusing, these messages did not stop. For months, then years, messages continued to come from Carrie's accounts. Emails, texts, social media posts. She appeared to be alive, active, and intentionally distant. To the outside world, it looked like a woman who had simply chosen to walk away from her life. But something did not sit right. Her mother knew something was wrong. Carrie loved her son deeply. She would never disappear without ensuring his safety. She would never cut contact completely, and she would never abandon her responsibilities so abruptly. The longer the silence lasted, the more unsettling it became. At the same time, Dave Kropa began experiencing something terrifying. He started receiving threatening messages, thousands of them. They accused him of betrayal, cruelty, and abandonment. They were obsessive, relentless, and emotionally volatile. Whoever was sending them seemed to know intimate details of his life. His car was vandalized. His home was damaged. His workplace was contacted. The messages appeared to come from Carrie, but the behavior did not match the woman he knew. As time passed, the messages grew darker, more aggressive, more unstable. Dave contacted police multiple times, believing he was being stalked. The assumption was simple. Carrie, heartbroken and angry, had turned obsessive. Years went by. Carrie was still missing, and the messages still continued. What investigators did not realize at first was that this entire narrative had been carefully manufactured. Another woman had entered Dave's life around the same time Carrie disappeared. Her name was Liz Gollier. She appeared supportive, sympathetic, and deeply concerned about the harassment Dave was facing. She positioned herself as an ally, a protector, someone who understood his fear. In reality, Liz was controlling everything. Liz had become obsessed with Dave. When she realized he was seeing Carrie, she made a decision that would destroy multiple lives. Evidence later revealed that Liz murdered Carrie shortly after she disappeared, though Carrie's body has never been found. After killing her, Liz took over her identity. She sent messages pretending to be Carrie. She maintained the illusion for years. She created an entire false digital life, carefully crafting texts and posts to suggest Carrie was alive and deliberately distant. She manipulated friends, family, and police, all while maintaining her own presence as a victim of harassment. Liz even sent threatening messages to herself. She staged attacks. She vandalized her own property. She played both roles, victim and villain, with disturbing commitment. The deception unraveled slowly. Investigators eventually noticed technical inconsistencies. IP addresses overlapped. Writing patterns matched. Phone records revealed impossible timelines. The same device was linked to messages supposedly sent by different people. What once looked like chaos began forming a clear picture. Liz was arrested. During interrogation and trial, the depth of her manipulation became clear. She had spent years maintaining lies, carefully responding to messages as two separate people, sometimes holding conversations with herself. She showed no immediate remorse. Instead, she focused on control, insisting she had been misunderstood. In 2017, Liz Gollier was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without parole. Carrie Farver was declared legally dead. This story lingers not because of violence alone, but because of how quietly it unfolded. Because for years, the truth existed beneath layers of messages, screens, and false narratives. Because a woman was erased, not just physically, but digitally, rewritten into someone she never was. And because it reminds us that sometimes the most disturbing crimes are not loud. They are patient, they are meticulous, and they hide behind ordinary interactions, waiting for time to do the work of deception. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about a childhood stolen, about a monster who wore the mask of Mentor, and about how an entire sport failed to protect the children in its care. In the gymnasiums of Pennsylvania State University, where young athletes trained with dreams of Olympic glory, a doctor moved among them with keys to every locker room and unfettered access to vulnerable children. Parents trusted him completely, grateful their daughters were receiving medical care from such a respected professional. But behind closed doors, under the guise of treatment, he was committing crimes that would eventually reveal themselves as one of the most extensive child sexual abuse cases in American history. This is the story of Larry Nassar, a sports medicine doctor who sexually abused at least 265 young female athletes over more than 2 decades. Between 1992 and 2016, he used his position as team doctor for USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University to assault girls as young as 6 years old, disguising his abuse as legitimate medical treatment. His crimes were enabled by institutions that ignored complaints, silenced victims, and protected their reputations rather than the children in their care. Lawrence Gerard Nassar was born on August 16, 1963, in Farmington Hills, Michigan. He grew up in a middle-class family where education and achievement were valued. His childhood appeared unremarkable, with no obvious signs of the predator he would become. He was intelligent and focused, showing early interest in sports medicine and athletic training. Larry attended Michigan State University, earning undergraduate and graduate degrees in kinesiology before attending medical school. He was drawn to sports medicine, particularly gymnastics, where he saw opportunity to work with elite young athletes. He completed his training and became licensed as an osteopathic physician, gaining credentials that would give him authority and trust. In 1986, while still a student, Larry began working as an athletic trainer for the USA Gymnastics team. He quickly made himself indispensable, volunteering for events, traveling with teams, and building relationships with coaches and officials. He positioned himself as someone dedicated to the athletes, always available, always willing to help. This reputation gave him access and trust that he would exploit for decades. Larry developed a technique he claimed was a legitimate treatment for various athletic injuries, particularly back and hip pain. He called it pelvic floor therapy and told athletes it required internal manipulation. In reality, he was sexually assaulting them, penetrating them with his unloved hands while claiming it was medical treatment. The girls were confused and uncomfortable, but trusted that a doctor knew what he was doing. He would perform these assaults in exam rooms, often with parents present in the room, but positioned so they could not see what his hands were doing beneath a sheet. He would chat casually with parents while assaulting their daughters. His demeanor so professional and relaxed that no one suspected anything inappropriate was happening. Larry targeted young gymnasts who were vulnerable and unlikely to question authority. These were girls who had been trained from early childhood to obey coaches and medical staff without question, to push through pain and discomfort, to trust that adults in positions of authority had their best interests at heart. Their conditioning made them perfect victims for someone who understood how to exploit that trust. Over 2 decades, Larry assaulted hundreds of girls. Some were Olympic medalists, elite athletes whose names the world knew. Most were young gymnasts training at local clubs, girls with Olympic dreams who trusted that the national team doctor was providing them with the best care possible. He assaulted them at competitions, at training camps, at his office at Michigan State University, and even at his home where parents would bring their daughters for treatment. Reports of Larry's abuse began surfacing as early as the 1990s, but they were consistently dismissed or ignored. Young athletes complained to coaches, to USA Gymnastics officials, to Michigan State administrators. Each time, the institutions chose to protect Larry rather than investigate the claims. Officials told victims they were misunderstanding legitimate medical treatment. Some were warned that speaking out would damage their careers and the sport they loved. In 2004, a young gymnast reported Larry's abuse to Michigan State University police. An investigation was conducted but closed without charges. Larry was allowed to continue practicing. In 2014, another athlete filed a complaint with the university. Again, an investigation concluded that Larry's techniques were legitimate medical procedures. The institution sided with the doctor rather than the victim. The breakthrough came in 2016 when former gymnast Rachel Denhollander went public with detailed accusations against Larry. Her willingness to speak openly, using her real name and providing specific accounts, gave other victims courage to come forward. Within months, dozens and then hundreds of women and girls reported that Larry had assaulted them during supposed medical treatments. Investigations by police and journalists revealed the staggering scope of Larry's crimes and the systematic failures by USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University to protect children in their care. Internal documents showed that officials had received numerous complaints over decades, but had taken no meaningful action to stop Larry or protect future victims. Larry Nassar was arrested in December 2016 on child pornography charges. As the investigation expanded, he was charged with multiple counts of criminal sexual conduct spanning decades. Faced with overwhelming evidence from hundreds of victims, he eventually pleaded guilty to avoid trial. His sentencing hearings in January 2018 became historic moments. Over 7 days, 156 victims gave impact statements describing how Larry's abuse had affected their lives. Olympic champions like Ali Raisman, Michaela Maroney, and Simone Biles spoke publicly about being abused by the doctor they had trusted. Judge Rosemary Aquilina allowed every victim who wanted to speak the opportunity to confront Larry. Larry Nassar was sentenced to 40 to 175 years in prison for criminal sexual conduct, in addition to a 60-year federal sentence for child pornography. He will die in prison. During sentencing, Judge Aquilina told him he had just signed his own death warrant. The fallout from a Nassar case was extensive. USA Gymnastics filed for bankruptcy under the weight of lawsuits. The entire USA Gymnastics board resigned. Michigan State University paid $500 million to settle claims from victims. Officials who had dismissed or ignored complaints faced criminal charges for their failures. Larry's case exposed how institutions prioritize reputation over child safety, how predators exploit positions of trust and authority, and how children in elite sports can be particularly vulnerable to abuse because they have been conditioned to endure pain and obey authority figures without question. The survivors of Larry Nassar's abuse have become advocates for changing how institutions handle allegations of abuse and for protecting children in sports. I'm going to tell you a story about how trust was turned into a weapon, how power hid behind fame, and how silence allowed evil to grow inside one of America's most respected universities. For decades, Jerry Sandusky was known as one of the brightest minds in college football. At Pennsylvania State University, he helped build a program that symbolized discipline, teamwork, and pride. Parents admired him, players respected him, and the community treated him as a hero. What nobody saw was the darkness behind that success. The double life of a man who used his position to exploit the very children he claimed to protect. Jerry Sandusky was born in 1944 in a small Pennsylvania town. His parents ran a local youth recreation center, a place filled with the laughter of children and the sound of bouncing basketballs. From an early age, he learned how to connect with kids, how to seem trustworthy, how to play the role of the caring mentor. When he joined Penn State's football staff in 1969, he quickly became a central figure in the team's success. He was known for his enthusiasm, his focus on defense, and his ability to motivate young players. In the late 1970s, he started a charity called the Second Mile, officially meant to support disadvantaged children and give them guidance through sports. It was seen as a noble cause, a way for an accomplished coach to give back to his community. But behind that charitable image, the Second Mile became a hunting ground. Sandusky identified vulnerable boys, many from broken homes, and slowly built their trust. He took them to games, invited them to stay overnight, gave them gifts, and made them feel special. Over time, that kindness turned into control. What started as a mentoring relationship became abuse. For years, he operated in plain sight. His reputation and connections shielded him. When anyone raised questions, the doubts were quietly dismissed. Penn State was a powerful institution, and its football program was sacred to the community. No one wanted to believe that one of its most respected figures could be capable of such acts. The first serious signs of trouble surfaced in the late 1990s. A mother reported that Sandusky had behaved inappropriately with her son. An investigation followed, but no charges were filed. He retired from Penn State in 1999, but the university continued to give him full access to its athletic facilities. He still brought children there through his charity, walking freely in the same locker rooms and showers he had always used. In 2001, a graduate assistant walked into a locker room and saw something no one should ever see: Sandusky with a young boy in the showers. The incident was reported to university officials, but the matter was handled internally. The police were never called. Penn State's leadership chose to protect the institution's image rather than confront the truth. For another decade, Sandusky continued to meet boys through the Second Mile. The abuse did not stop until investigators from the State Attorney General's office began piecing together the stories of multiple victims. One by one, young men came forward describing the same pattern: the gifts, the trust, the gradual manipulation, and the assaults that followed. In 2011, the case exploded into public view. Jerry Sandusky was arrested and charged with dozens of counts of sexual abuse involving boys as young as 10 years old. The fallout reached far beyond him. Joe Paterno, the legendary head coach who had built Penn State's football empire, was fired for failing to act on the reports. The university's president and athletic director also faced charges for covering up what they knew. The trial in 2012 revealed years of institutional failure. Victims described the psychological manipulation, the fear, and the shame that kept them silent. Prosecutors showed how officials ignored red flags to preserve the reputation of their program. Sandusky was convicted on 45 counts of sexual abuse and sentenced to 30 to 60 years in prison. He was 70 years old at the time, a life sentence in all but name. The damage left behind was immense. Penn State's image was destroyed, its leaders disgraced, and its football program tainted forever. But the deepest wounds were those carried by the survivors, the young men whose childhoods were stolen and whose voices were ignored for so long. The Sandusky case forced America to confront uncomfortable truths about power, loyalty, and silence. It showed how institutions can protect themselves instead of the people they are supposed to serve, and how predators thrive when no one dares to challenge them. Today, Penn State has tried to rebuild its reputation, but for many, the memory of what happened there will never fade. The boys who trusted Jerry Sandusky will never get back the years that were taken from them. Their courage in speaking out ended the career of a powerful man and exposed the price of protecting an image over protecting children. It remains one of the darkest chapters in American sports, not just because of what one man did, but because of how many others looked away while he did it. I'm going to tell you a story about ambition twisted into violence, about a woman who wanted fame at any cost, and about how desperation for recognition can transform into murderous rage. In the glittering world of professional figure skating, where athletes dedicate their lives to perfection and competition is fierce, a rivalry was escalating beyond normal bounds. Two skaters were competing for spots on the 1994 U.S. Olympic team, but one was willing to cross lines that should never be crossed to eliminate her competition. What followed would become one of the most infamous attacks in sports history. This is the story of Tanya Harding and the attack on Nancy Kerrigan. On January 6, 1994, as Nancy practiced at a skating rink in Detroit, a man approached her after she left the ice and struck her knee with a metal baton. The attack was designed to injure her badly enough to force her withdrawal from the upcoming national championships and Olympic trials. The assailant was hired by Tanya's ex-husband Jeff Gillooly and her bodyguard Sean Eckhart, and evidence suggested Tanya knew about and approved the plan. The attack failed to end Nancy's career, but it ended Tanya's destroyed reputations and revealed how far some will go to achieve their dreams. Tanya Maxine Harding was born on November 12, 1970, in Portland, Oregon. Her childhood was marked by poverty and abuse that shaped her aggressive, combative personality. Her mother, Lavana, was brutal, physically and emotionally abusing Tanya throughout her childhood. She would beat her daughter, mock her appearance, and push her relentlessly in skating while never offering praise or affection. Tanya's family was poor, struggling to afford skating lessons and equipment. This made her an outsider in the elite world of figure skating, where most competitors came from wealthy families who could afford the best coaches and training. Tanya wore homemade costumes while her competitors wore expensive designer outfits. She felt judged and dismissed by skating officials who valued elegance and refinement, qualities Tanya's rough background had not provided. But Tanya had undeniable athletic ability. She was powerful and aggressive, landing jumps other female skaters could not. In 1991, she became the first American woman to land a triple axel in competition, a feat requiring tremendous strength and technical skill. This should have made her a star, but judges consistently scored her lower than competitors with more polished presentations. Tanya's personal life was chaotic. She married Jeff Gillooly when she was 19, beginning a volatile relationship marked by domestic violence. Jeff was controlling and abusive, and Tanya was trapped in a cycle she did not know how to escape. The abuse she had experienced from her mother had normalized violence in relationships. By 1993, Tanya's skating career was declining. She was 23, old for a figure skater, and her technical skills were offset by presentation scores that judges kept artificially low. Meanwhile, Nancy Kerrigan was emerging as America's skating sweetheart. Nancy was elegant, beautiful, and came from a working-class background that made her relatable. She was everything Tanya was not, and she was winning. Tanya became obsessed with Nancy, seeing her as the obstacle between herself and Olympic glory. In Tanya's mind, if Nancy were eliminated, she would make the Olympic team and finally receive the recognition she deserved. This obsession transformed into a conspiracy to injure Nancy badly enough to force her withdrawal from competition. Tanya's ex-husband Jeff and her bodyguard Sean began planning the attack in late 1993. They hired Shane Stant to carry out the assault and Derek Smith to drive the getaway car. The plan was crude but effective. Wait for Nancy to finish practice, approach her when she was vulnerable, and strike her knee hard enough to cause serious injury. On January 6, 1994, at the Cobo Arena in Detroit, Shane Stant waited for Nancy to finish practicing. As she walked through a corridor talking to her father, Shane rushed up and struck her right knee with a metal baton. He fled before anyone could stop him. Nancy collapsed, crying in pain and confusion, repeatedly asking why someone would do this to her. The attack made international headlines immediately. Nancy was America's sweetheart, and the brutal assault shocked the sports world. Investigators began working to identify the assailant and determine if this was a random attack or something more sinister. Within days, the conspiracy unraveled. Sean Eckhart, Tanya's bodyguard, began talking to people about his involvement, unable to resist bragging about the crime. Investigators traced phone records connecting Tanya's camp to the attacker. Jeff, Sean, Shane, and Derek were all arrested and confessed, each implicating the others. The question became, what did Tanya know and when did she know it? Evidence suggested she knew about the attack beforehand and may have helped plan it, though she denied this. After the attack, she definitely knew who was responsible, but said nothing to authorities, making her complicit even if she had not initiated the plan. Nancy recovered more quickly than expected. Her knee was bruised, but not permanently damaged. She competed at the national championships in February and placed second. Tanya won the event, but the victory was overshadowed by the investigation. Both were named to the Olympic team, setting up a dramatic confrontation in Lillehammer, Norway. At the 1994 Winter Olympics, the focus was on Tanya and Nancy rather than the competition itself. Nancy skated beautifully and won the silver medal. Tanya's performance was disastrous, hampered by equipment problems and the pressure of the scandal. She finished eighth. After the Olympics, Tanya pleaded guilty to conspiring to hinder prosecution for not reporting what she knew about the attack. She received 3 years probation, was fined, and was banned for life from competitive figure skating. Her accomplices received prison sentences ranging from 18 months to 2 years. Nancy continued skating professionally and became a commentator and analyst. Her career recovered, though the attack remains the event most associated with her name. Tanya's life after skating was troubled, marked by various attempts to achieve fame through boxing, reality television, and other ventures. The attack on Nancy Kerrigan stands as one of sport's most shocking moments, revealing how far ambition can push people beyond moral boundaries. Tanya Harding destroyed her own career and reputation in an attempt to eliminate competition, proving that sometimes the most dangerous opponent is not the one across the ice, but the desperation and rage within yourself that convinces you violence is the answer to your problems. I'm going to tell you a story about obsession, betrayal, and the dark side of ambition. The kind of story that begins in ordinary suburban streets, but ends with a shocking crime that shakes an entire community to its core. It's about a man who appeared normal, even charming, but whose need for control and power would ultimately lead him to murder. This is the story of Robert Durst, the real-life billionaire whose life of wealth, privilege, and privilege-fueled secrecy became a decades-long tale of suspicion, disappearance, and murder. Robert Allen Durst was born on April 12, 1943, into one of New York's wealthiest families. His father, Seymour Durst, was a prominent real estate mogul who built a fortune in Manhattan, and his mother, Bernice, ran a tightly controlled household. From an early age, Robert was aware of the immense expectations placed on him. His father often expressed disappointment in Robert, criticizing him for laziness, irresponsibility, and a perceived lack of business acumen. Robert's older brother, Douglas, was the family golden boy, successful, disciplined, and favored in every way. Durst attended prestigious schools, including Lehigh University and the University of California, Los Angeles, where he studied economics. He was tall, handsome, and charming, the type who could attract friends and lovers easily. But beneath the surface lay a growing sense of resentment and isolation. Friends and classmates later described him as erratic, manipulative, and often detached, someone who would go to great lengths to avoid accountability or criticism. In 1971, Durst married Kathleen McCormick, a nurse from Pennsylvania. Friends described her as intelligent, warm, and the only person capable of taming Robert's volatile personality. But within a year, tensions had escalated. Kathleen had become increasingly unhappy in the marriage, frustrated by Robert's secrecy, erratic behavior, and controlling tendencies. On January 31st, 1982, Kathleen disappeared. She was last seen leaving their home in Westchester County, New York, and was never seen again. For decades, her disappearance remained a mystery. Authorities initially suspected foul play, but Durst was never formally charged. Friends and family claimed he was cooperative, though his alibis were often contradictory. Some reports suggested that he was violent in private, controlling, and paranoid, traits that would surface repeatedly in his life. Durst told investigators he had no idea what happened to Kathleen, but he was evasive and inconsistent when recounting his movements. For years, Robert Durst moved freely, using his wealth and family connections to shield himself from scrutiny. In 2000, he became the prime suspect in another crime, the murder of his neighbor, Morris Black, in Galveston, Texas. Black had been a friend of Durst's, and Durst claimed self-defense after Black supposedly attacked him. Durst admitted to dismembering Black's body and disposing of it in Galveston Bay, but he maintained that the killing was accidental. Remarkably, Durst was acquitted of murder in 2003, claiming self-defense and convincing a jury that there was insufficient evidence of premeditation. His wealth, charisma, and the ambiguous nature of the crime allowed him to walk free. But Durst's dark pattern did not end there. Over the years, he continued to live under assumed identities, moving from city to city, evading both law enforcement and the scrutiny of his own family. He changed his name, rented apartments under fake identities, and cultivated relationships that allowed him to maintain a veneer of normalcy while hiding an escalating pattern of violence and deceit. The crimes, the lies, and the evasions reached a tipping point in 2010. Durst had been living in New Orleans, attempting to lay low after years of suspicion surrounding Kathleen's disappearance. He was arrested for parole violations stemming from the Morris Black case, and media attention reignited interest in all his previous cases. Around this time, filmmakers working on an HBO documentary about Durst, The Jinx, gained unprecedented access to him. Through interviews, archival footage, and Durst's own admissions, the public finally began to understand the full scope of his life of crime. In a shocking twist during the documentary's production, Durst was recorded seemingly confessing to multiple murders, including that of his wife Kathleen, while apparently unaware that his microphone was still live. He spoke of the crimes in a detached, almost casual manner, revealing decades of manipulation, deception, and violence that had gone unchecked due to his wealth and social standing. Authorities quickly acted. Durst was arrested in New Orleans in 2015 and extradited to Los Angeles to face charges in Kathleen McCormick's murder. The evidence against him was circumstantial but compelling. Long-standing patterns of abuse, inconsistencies in his statements over decades, and newly discovered links connecting him to her disappearance. His previous killings and suspicious behavior reinforced the narrative that Durst was capable of murder. The trial revealed a man who manipulated everyone around him, Friends and former lovers described him as charming yet controlling, capable of extreme deception to maintain power and avoid consequences. His life of privilege, combined with a cold and calculating nature, had allowed him to evade justice for decades, leaving families shattered and communities questioning how wealth and influence could distort accountability. On January 10th, 2021, Robert Durst died in a Los Angeles hospital while serving life sentences for his crimes, including the murder of Morris Black. Though he never faced a jury for Kathleen's disappearance due to his death before trial, his life had already left an indelible mark on true crime history. The Durst saga exposed the terrifying ways in which charm, wealth, and manipulation can mask unimaginable violence, and it forced society to confront the uncomfortable truth that sometimes monsters were the faces of the people we trust most. The story of Robert Durst is not just about murder. It's about deception, privilege, and the lengths a person will go to protect themselves from accountability. It is about how obsession, entitlement, and a desire for control can turn someone into a lifelong threat, capable of destroying lives while hiding in plain sight. And it is a cautionary tale that reminds us the most dangerous people are often those who seem, at first, to have it all. I'm going to tell you a story about greed disguised as care, about a man who exploited the most vulnerable, and about how trust placed in medical professionals can become a weapon in the wrong hands. In the healthcare facilities of Ohio and Kentucky during the 1980s, a respiratory therapist was moving quietly through intensive care units in the early morning hours. He was trusted, credentialed, and seemed dedicated to his work. But Donald Harvey was using his access to vulnerable patients to commit crimes that would eventually earn him the grim title of one of America's most prolific medical murderers. This is the story of Donald Harvey, who between 1970 and 1987 ended the lives of at least 37 patients in his care, though he confessed to 87 cases across multiple hospitals. He used various methods, including administering toxic substances, tampering with medical equipment, and introducing contaminants into feeding tubes. His crimes went undetected for 17 years as he moved between facilities, his victims' passings attributed to their underlying medical conditions. His capture in 1987 exposed catastrophic failures in hospital oversight and patient safety protocols. Donald Harvey was born on April 15, 1952, in Butler County, Ohio. His childhood was troubled, marked by alleged abuse that he later claimed shaped his psychology. He struggled in school and had difficulty maintaining relationships. He was quiet and withdrawn, showing little emotion or connection to others around him. Harvey dropped out of high school and joined the Air Force, but his military career was brief. He received a medical discharge after attempting self-harm and showing signs of psychological distress. He returned to Ohio and drifted through various jobs before finding work in healthcare, first as an orderly and later training as a respiratory therapist. Harvey began working at Marymount Hospital in Kentucky in 1970 when he was just 18 years old. Within months of starting this job, patients began experiencing unexpected complications and passings. Harvey later confessed that he ended the lives of at least 15 patients during his time at Marymount, using various methods including smothering and introducing substances into their systems. His stated motivation varied. Sometimes he claimed he was providing mercy to suffering patients. Other times he admitted he killed because patients were difficult or because he was bored. Psychological evaluations would later reveal he derived satisfaction from having power over life and situations, and that he showed classic signs of severe personality disorders. Harvey moved to Cincinnati and found work at the VA Medical Center, where he worked from 1975 to 1985. During this decade, he continued his pattern, ending the lives of numerous patients. He became more sophisticated in his methods, using substances that were difficult to detect and varying his approaches to avoid pattern recognition. He administered cyanide, arsenic, and other toxic materials. He tampered with medical equipment and contaminated feeding systems. The victims were primarily elderly veterans receiving care for serious medical conditions. When they experienced complications or passed away, staff attributed it to their underlying health problems. Harvey was careful to target patients whose conditions made sudden decline plausible. He kept detailed mental records of his activities, but left no written evidence that might incriminate him. Hospital staff never suspected Harvey during his decade at the VA facility. He was seen as a competent, reliable employee who showed up for shifts and did his work. He was quiet and unremarkable, the kind of person who blended into the background. This invisibility allowed him to continue his activities undetected year after year. In 1985, Harvey moved to Drake Hospital in Cincinnati, where he worked in the cardiac care unit. He continued his pattern of harming patients, but here his activities would finally be discovered. In March 1987, a patient named John Powell passed away unexpectedly. Powell's family insisted on an autopsy despite doctors attributing the passing to natural causes. The autopsy revealed high levels of cyanide in Powell's system. This discovery prompted investigation into other recent passings at Drake Hospital. Authorities began examining patterns and discovered suspicious circumstances in multiple cases. When investigators looked into who had access to all the affected patients, Harvey emerged as the common factor. Harvey was questioned by police in March 1987. Initially, he denied involvement, but when confronted with evidence, he began confessing. What started as admission to one or two cases expanded into a detailed confession spanning 17 years and multiple facilities. Harvey provided information about dozens of victims, describing methods and motivations with disturbing casualness. Authorities were shocked by the scope of his admissions. Harvey confessed to ending the lives of patients at multiple hospitals where he had worked. He described using cyanide, arsenic, contaminated solutions, and other methods. He admitted that some victims had been suffering, and he claimed to provide mercy, but many were not terminally ill and could have recovered with proper care. Harvey's trial in 1987 resulted in multiple convictions. Rather than face potential death sentences in Kentucky for murders committed there, he agreed to plead guilty to Ohio charges in exchange for life sentences. He was convicted of 37 cases in Ohio and received multiple consecutive life sentences, ensuring he would never be released. During sentencing, families of victims expressed their anguish at learning their loved ones had been intentionally harmed by someone entrusted with their care. Many have been told their family members passed from natural disease progression, never suspecting foul play until Harvey's confession revealed the truth. The Harvey case exposed serious gaps in hospital safety protocols. There were insufficient controls on access to dangerous substances, inadequate monitoring of patient outcomes by individual staff members, and poor coordination between facilities regarding problem employees. Hospitals had no system for tracking suspicious patterns across institutions. Following Harvey's conviction, healthcare facilities implemented significant reforms. These included better medication security, enhanced monitoring of patient outcomes, systematic review of unexpected complications, and databases to track concerning patterns across multiple employers. These changes came too late for Harvey's victims, but helped protect future patients. Donald Harvey remained imprisoned in Ohio until March 30th, 2017, when he was attacked and fatally injured by another inmate. He was 64 years old. He had spent 30 years in prison, longer than his 17-year career as a healthcare worker who betrayed every principle of his profession. His case stands as a dark reminder that predators can infiltrate helping professions, that trust can be exploited, and that vulnerable patients depend on systems that must be constantly vigilant to protect them from those who see caregiving not as a calling, but as an opportunity to satisfy pathological needs for power and control. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived in shadows, about a community paralyzed by fear, and about how one person's reign of terror can change an entire region forever. In the rural towns of Texarkana, straddling the border between Texas and Arkansas, the spring of 1946 should have been a time of celebration. World War II had ended, soldiers were returning home, and America was entering a new era of prosperity. But a series of attacks was about to transform this peaceful community into a place of fear, where people were afraid to leave their homes after dark. This is the story of the Phantom Killer, an unidentified person who terrorized Texarkana for 10 weeks in 1946. Between February and May, this individual attacked 8 people, taking the lives of 5 in a series of incidents that targeted young couples parked on lovers' lanes. The attacks were brutal and seemingly random, creating panic throughout the region. Despite one of the largest investigations in Texas history, the Phantom Killer was never caught, and the case remains unsolved nearly 80 years later. The attacks began on February 22, 1946, when a young couple, Jimmy Hollis and Mary Jean Larry, were parked on a secluded road outside Texarkana. A man approached their car, shining a flashlight and carrying a weapon. He ordered them out of the vehicle and attacked them both. Jimmy was struck repeatedly, and Mary Jean was harmed before the attacker fled. Both survived, though they were traumatized by the experience. Police investigated but found few clues. The victims could provide only a vague description of their attacker, who had used the darkness and his flashlight to keep his face hidden. The incident seemed like an isolated attack, terrible but not necessarily part of a pattern. 3 weeks later, on March 24th, another couple was attacked. Richard Griffin and Polly and Moore were found deceased in Richard's car on a secluded road. Both had been shot, and the scene suggested the attacker had surprised them while they were parked. The brutality shocked the community, but investigators initially did not connect it to the earlier attack on Hollis and Larry. On April 14th, another couple was attacked on a lover's lane. Paul Martin and Betty Jo Booker were found deceased, their bodies showing they had been shot. Paul's body was found near his car, while Betty Jo's was discovered some distance away, suggesting she had tried to escape. The pattern was now undeniable. Someone was targeting young couples in parked cars. The community descended into panic. Parents forbade teenagers from going out at night. Businesses closed early. People installed extra locks and kept weapons near their beds. The Texas Rangers, FBI, and local law enforcement agencies launched a massive investigation, but the killer remained elusive. On May 3rd, the pattern changed. The attacker struck at a home rather than targeting a couple in a car. Virgil Starks was in his living room when he was shot through a window. His wife Katie survived despite being shot twice and managed to call for help. This home invasion suggested the killer was escalating or changing tactics, creating even more fear. After the Starks attack, the incidents stopped as suddenly as they had begun. No more attacks occurred, and the Phantom Killer seemed to vanish. Investigators pursued thousands of leads and interviewed countless suspects, but no arrests were made. The case gradually went cold, though it was never officially closed. The Phantom attacks had several unusual characteristics that made them difficult to solve. The attacker seemed to have knowledge of the area and knew which locations were isolated and frequented by couples. The attacks were spread out over 10 weeks, suggesting planning rather than impulsive violence. The shift from targeting couples in cars to attacking a home showed adaptability. Over the decades, numerous theories have been proposed about the Phantom's identity. One prominent suspect was Yowell Swinney, a car thief who was in the area during the attacks. His wife claimed he had confessed to her, but her testimony was deemed unreliable and insufficient for prosecution. Swinney was never charged with the Phantom attacks, though he spent time in prison for other crimes. He passed away in 1994, taking any secrets he might have had with him. Other theories suggested the killer might have been a transient passing through the area, which would explain why the attacks stopped suddenly. Some speculated he might have been someone who left for military service or moved away. Others wondered if he might have been incarcerated for unrelated crimes or passed away, ending his opportunity to attack. The case inspired the 1976 film The Town That Dreaded Sundown, which dramatized the attacks and brought renewed attention to the unsolved case. The movie blended facts with fiction, creating a legend that sometimes overshadowed the real tragedy of the victims and their families. The 5 people who lost their lives were young people with their futures ahead of them. Richard Griffin was a soldier who had recently returned from World War II. Polly and Moore was his girlfriend. Paul Martin was planning to attend college. Betty Jo Booker was a talented musician. Virgil Starks was a farmer living peacefully with his wife. They were ordinary people whose lives were cut short by violence that seemed to come from nowhere. The survivors, Jimmy Hollis, Mary Jean Larry, and Katie Starks, lived with trauma from their encounters with the Phantom. They had looked into the face of this mysterious attacker and survived, but they carried the psychological scars for the rest of their lives. The Texarkana Phantom case remains one of America's most famous unsolved series of attacks. It represents a time when forensic science was limited, when regional law enforcement agencies struggled to coordinate, and when a determined individual could terrorize an entire community and then disappear without trace. The case also reveals how fear can grip a community when violence seems random and the perpetrator remains unknown. Texarkana in 1946 became a place where neighbors suspected each other, where normal activities like dating became dangerous, and where the inability to solve the crimes created lasting unease. Nearly 80 years later, the identity of the Phantom Killer remains unknown. The case files are still open, though most of the original investigators have passed away. Advances in forensic technology offer little help when physical evidence from the 1940s was limited and has degraded or been lost over time. The Phantom Killer took 5 lives, destroyed the peace of an entire community, and created a mystery that has never been solved. Whoever this person was, they committed terrible crimes and then disappeared, leaving behind only questions, grief, and the knowledge that sometimes evil can strike without warning, without explanation, and without ever facing justice. I'm going to tell you a story about a neighborhood that became a nightmare, about secrets hidden beneath a family home, and about how evil can flourish for years when communities fail to ask the right questions. In the working-class neighborhoods of Philadelphia during the 1980s, Gary Heidnik seemed like an unlikely suspect for anything sinister. He was a self-made millionaire who had invested wisely in the stock market, accumulating significant wealth despite having only a high school education. He lived quietly in a modest house in North Philadelphia, occasionally attending his self-founded church. But inside that unremarkable house, Gary was creating a dungeon where he would hold women captive, subjecting them to months of unspeakable treatment. This is the story of Gary Heidnik, who between November 1986 and March 1987 held 6 women captive in the basement of his Philadelphia home. He kept them chained in a pit he had dug in the concrete floor, providing minimal food and subjecting them to terrible conditions. 2 of his captives did not survive their imprisonment. His arrest in March 1987 revealed a horror that shocked the city and exposed how vulnerable populations can be targeted by predators who understand that society will not immediately notice their disappearance. Gary Michael Heidnik was born on November 22, 1943, in Eastlake, Ohio. His childhood was marked by severe dysfunction and trauma that shaped his disturbed psychology. His parents had a turbulent marriage filled with constant conflict and mutual hostility. They divorced when Gary was young, and he was caught in the middle of their bitter custody battle, shuffled between households where he never felt wanted or safe. His mother struggled with substance issues and made multiple attempts to end her own life while Gary was in her care. Witnessing these traumatic events damaged him deeply. His father was cold and emotionally distant, showing no warmth or affection. Nothing Gary did was ever good enough to earn his father's approval. At school, Gary was tormented by other children. He had a misshapen head from a childhood accident that left permanent damage, and other children mocked him constantly. He also had a severe stutter that made speaking difficult and embarrassing. The combination of difficulties at home and bullying at school left Gary isolated and angry, with no healthy outlets for his emotions. Despite his troubled background, Gary showed above-average intelligence. He became fascinated with finance and investing, studying the stock market obsessively. He also developed an interest in religion, though his understanding of it became deeply distorted. He founded his own church, which existed primarily as a way to avoid taxes, but also fed his growing delusions about his own importance. Gary joined the Army in 1961 at age 16, serving as a cook. He was competent at his work, but remained socially isolated. During this time, he had what was described as a nervous breakdown and received a medical discharge. He was diagnosed with personality disorders and given a disability pension. Despite these documented mental health issues, he never received effective long-term treatment. In 1968, Gary was convicted of assault against a teenage employee. He was sentenced to prison, but served only 18 months before being paroled. This early release would prove catastrophic, as the system had identified him as someone with violent tendencies, but released him anyway, giving him opportunity to commit far worse crimes. After his release, Gary moved back to the Philadelphia area. Despite his mental health struggles, he was shrewd with money. He invested his disability payments wisely and accumulated significant wealth through the stock market. He used this money to purchase a house in North Philadelphia and to support his growing obsessions. By the mid-1980s, Gary had become fixated on the idea of having complete control over others. He began planning to create what he called a baby farm, where he would hold women captive and force them to have children. This delusion consumed him, and he began preparing his house for this purpose. In November 1986, Gary began his campaign of kidnapping. His first victim was a young woman he lured to his house with promises of money. Once inside, he attacked her and dragged her to the basement where he had prepared a pit in the concrete floor. He chained her there and told her she would remain until she provided him with a child. Over the following weeks, Gary kidnapped 5 more women, all from vulnerable populations. He targeted individuals involved in street life or those struggling with substance issues, women he believed would not be immediately missed. He held them all captive in the basement pit, chained together in darkness and terrible conditions. The conditions in the basement were nightmarish. The women received minimal food, often just bread and water. They were forced to live in extremely unsanitary circumstances. Gary would periodically come down to harm them, using various methods as punishment for perceived disobedience. When one of the captives passed away from the terrible conditions and mistreatment, Gary's response was to make the situation even worse. He forced the surviving women to participate in disposing of the remains. This psychological torture added another layer of horror to their captivity. A second woman later passed away under similar circumstances. Gary continued to hold the remaining 4 women captive, and the situation became increasingly desperate. But one of the women, the first he had kidnapped, began to manipulate Gary psychologically. She convinced him that she cared for him and wanted to help him find more women for his plan. Gary eventually trusted her enough to allow her to leave the house temporarily. On March 24th, 1987, he drove her to visit her family, and she had promised to return with additional victims. Instead, the moment she was free, she ran to police and told them everything. Officers initially struggled to believe her story as it seemed too horrible to be real. But she led them to Gary's address and gave details that convinced them to investigate. Police obtained a warrant and raided the house on March 24th, 1987. Inside the basement, they found the 3 remaining captives chained in deplorable conditions. The evidence of what had occurred was overwhelming. Gary was arrested immediately and charged with multiple serious offenses, including kidnapping and taking lives. During his trial in 1988, Gary's defense team argued he was legally insane and not responsible for his actions. But prosecutors demonstrated that Gary had planned carefully, maintained his financial affairs, and taken steps to avoid detection, showing he understood his actions were wrong. On November 4th, 1988, Gary Heidnik was convicted and sentenced to end his life by execution. He spent years on death row at a Pennsylvania facility. On July 6, 1999, the sentence was carried out. He was 55 years old. His case inspired elements of the character in the film The Silence of the Lambs, though that fictional character was an amalgamation of several real criminals. The house where the crimes occurred was later torn down. Gary Heidnik's story revealed how predators target society's most vulnerable members, understanding that marginalized individuals can disappear without triggering immediate searches. It exposed failures in mental health systems. I'm going to tell you a story about a killer who vanished in a legend, about a city gripped by fear, and about how one person's crimes can haunt a place for over a century, even when their identity remains a mystery. In the impoverished East End of London during the autumn of 1888, the streets were dangerous places where survival was a daily struggle. Women with few options worked the streets at night to earn money for food and lodging. The area was overcrowded, crime-ridden, and largely ignored by wealthier London. But that fall, someone began targeting these vulnerable women, ending their lives with such brutality that the crimes shocked Victorian England and created a legend that endures to this day. This is the story of Jack the Ripper, the unidentified person who terrorized London's Whitechapel district in 1888. Between August and November of that year, at least 5 women were found deceased, their bodies showing signs of increasing violence and mutilation. The attackers seemed to have anatomical knowledge, leading to speculation about their profession or background. Despite massive investigations and countless theories over more than a century, the Ripper's identity has never been definitively proven, making this one of history's most famous unsolved cases. The 5 victims definitively attributed to the Ripper were all women who worked the streets of Whitechapel to survive. Mary Ann Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, and Mary Jane Kelly were all living in desperate poverty, staying in lodging houses when they could afford them and sleeping rough when they could not. They ranged in age from their mid-20s to mid-40s, and all struggled with difficulties that made them vulnerable. The attacks began on August 31st, 1888, when Mary Ann Nichols was found on Bucks Row. She had been attacked with extreme violence, and the nature of the harm shocked even experienced police officers familiar with Whitechapel's rough character. The brutality suggested this was not a typical street crime, but something more disturbing. Annie Chapman was discovered on September 8th in the backyard of a building on Hanbury Street. The violence was similar to the first case, but more extensive. This time, internal organs had been removed, suggesting the attacker had some knowledge of human anatomy. This detail led investigators to theorize the perpetrator might be a doctor, butcher, or someone with medical training. On September 30th, 2 attacks occurred in one night. Elizabeth Stride was found with fatal injuries, but without the extensive harm seen in previous cases, leading investigators to believe the attacker had been interrupted. Less than an hour later, Catherine Eddowes was discovered in Mitre Square, showing extensive violence similar to previous victims. This double incident created widespread panic throughout London. The final victim attributed to the Ripper was Mary Jane Kelly, found on November 9th in her rented room. Unlike previous victims who had been attacked outdoors, Kelly was harmed indoors where the perpetrator had time and privacy. The scene was so disturbing that it remains one of the most notorious crime scenes in history. Photographs taken at the scene still exist and show the extreme nature of the violence. During this period, numerous letters were sent to police and newspapers claiming to be from the perpetrator. Most were hoaxes from attention seekers, but 2 letters have been considered potentially genuine by some investigators. The Dear Boss letter received on September 27th introduced the name Jack the Ripper and promised more violence. The From Hell letter received on October 16th came with what appeared to be part of a human organ. The investigation was massive for its time. Police interviewed thousands of people, pursued numerous theories, and employed new techniques like crime scene photography. But the limitations of 1888 forensic science, the chaotic conditions of Whitechapel, and the lack of witnesses made solving the case extremely difficult. After the Kelly case in November, the pattern of attacks stopped as suddenly as it had begun. No definitively connected cases occurred after that date. Investigators never understood why. Perhaps the perpetrator had passed away, been imprisoned for another crime, left the area, or simply stopped for reasons unknown. Over the decades since, countless theories have emerged about the Ripper's identity. Suspects have included Montague John Druitt, a barrister who took his own life shortly after the final attack; Aaron Kosminski, an immigrant with mental health issues who was eventually confined to an institution; Michael Ostrog, a career criminal with a history of violence. Some theories have even suggested members of the royal family or famous artists, though these claims generally lack credible evidence. Modern forensic scientists have attempted to use DNA analysis on letters and other evidence supposedly connected to the case. Some studies have pointed toward specific suspects, but the degradation of evidence over 130 plus years and questionable chains of custody make definitive conclusions impossible. What makes Jack the Ripper significant beyond the crimes themselves is the cultural impact. The case became the prototype for how society thinks about serial violence. The Victorian press sensationalized the crimes, creating extensive coverage that captured public imagination internationally. The mysterious identity and the atmospheric setting of foggy Victorian London created a legend that has inspired countless books, films, and theories. The attacks also exposed the desperate conditions in London's East End, where poverty forced women into dangerous situations with no social safety net to protect them. Social reformers used the Ripper case to advocate for better housing, employment opportunities, and support for the impoverished. The victims, who had lived and would have passed away in obscurity, became symbols of society's failure to protect its most vulnerable members. The 5 women definitively attributed to the Ripper are now more famous in their passing than they ever were in life. Marion Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, and Mary Jane Kelly have been studied extensively. Their lives and circumstances have been examined for clues about why they were targeted and what they might reveal about their attacker. The Whitechapel area where the crimes occurred has changed dramatically since 1888, transforming from one of London's poorest districts into a trendy neighborhood. But the memory of those autumn months when fear gripped the streets remains part of the area's history. Jack the Ripper remains unsolved over 135 years later, making it one of the most enduring mysteries in criminal history. The case changed how society viewed random violence, how media covered crime, and how investigators approach cases involving multiple victims. The perpetrator's identity is likely lost to history, but the impact of those crimes continues to fascinate people worldwide, a reminder that some mysteries remain forever unsolved and some criminals escape justice completely, leaving behind only victims, questions, and legends that refuse to fade. I'm going to tell you a story about a tragedy that sparked a movement, about a family's unimaginable loss, and about how one child's disappearance changed how America protects its children forever. On the morning of May 25th, 1979, in Lower Manhattan, 6-year-old Etten Patz left his family's apartment to walk 2 blocks to his school bus stop. It was the first time his parents had allowed him to make the short walk alone. Etten was excited about this new independence, wearing his favorite blue captain's hat and carrying $1 to buy soda after school. His mother watched from the fire escape as he walked toward the corner, then went back inside to prepare for her day. Etten never made it to the bus stop. He vanished somewhere along those 2 blocks, disappearing into the crowded streets of New York City without a trace. This is the story of Etten Patz, the 6-year-old boy whose disappearance became one of the most famous missing child cases in American history. For decades, his case remained unsolved, tormenting his family and haunting a nation. His face appeared on milk cartons, creating a new way to spread awareness about missing children. May 25th, the day he disappeared, became National Missing Children's Day. His case changed how parents thought about their children's safety and led to new systems for finding missing kids. In 2012, 33 years after Etten vanished, a man named Pedro Hernandez confessed to ending the child's life, finally providing answers to questions that had tormented a family for over 3 decades. Etten Khalil Patz was born on October 9th, 1972, in Manhattan, New York. He was the middle child of Stan and Julie Patz, growing up in the Soho neighborhood when it was still primarily an industrial area with artist lofts rather than the upscale shopping district it would later become. Etten was described as a bright, friendly child who loved adventure and was eager to grow up and be independent like his older sister. The Patz family lived in a close-knit community where neighbors knew each other and children played together in the streets. This sense of community made the area feel safe, and parents generally felt comfortable allowing their children some independence. The walk to the school bus stop was short, just 2 blocks, and Etten had been begging his parents to let him walk alone like the older kids did. On that Friday morning in May, Julie Patz finally agreed to let Etten make the walk alone. She watched from the fire escape as he headed down Prince Street toward West Broadway, seeing him reach the corner before she went back inside. When Etten did not come home from school that afternoon, Julie initially thought perhaps he had gone to a friend's house. But as hours passed and Etten did not appear, growing panic set in. By evening, the Patz family had contacted police and begun searching the neighborhood. Officers initially treated it as a routine runaway case, suggesting Etten might have wandered off or gotten lost. But Julie and Stan knew immediately that something terrible had happened. Etten was not the type of child to wander away, and he knew their address and phone number. If he were simply lost, he would have asked for help. The search expanded rapidly. Police canvassed the neighborhood, interviewing residents and business owners. Volunteers distributed flyers with Etten's photograph throughout Manhattan. The media picked up the story, and Etten's face began appearing on television news broadcasts. The case captured public attention in ways that missing children cases rarely had before. Investigators pursued countless leads. They searched buildings, questioned potential witnesses, and investigated anyone who might have been in the area that morning. But no solid evidence emerged. Etten had simply vanished, leaving no trace. Without witnesses, physical evidence, or any clear indication of what had happened, the investigation stalled. One person who was questioned early in the investigation was Pedro Hernandez, a 19-year-old who worked at a bodega on the route Etten would have walked to the bus stop. Pedro told police he had been at work that morning and had seen nothing unusual. Investigators had no reason to focus on him specifically, and he was just one of many people interviewed during the massive canvass of the neighborhood. Years passed with no breaks in the case. The Patz family never moved from their Soho apartment, maintaining the same phone number in case Etten tried to contact them. They kept his room exactly as it had been the morning he disappeared. Stan and Julie became advocates for missing children, working to change laws and improve systems for finding missing kids. Etten's case became a symbol of the missing children crisis in America. His photograph appeared on milk cartons beginning in the early 1980s, a practice that spread nationwide and brought awareness to thousands of missing children cases. In 1983, President Reagan designated May 25th as National Missing Children's Day in Etten's honor. The case prompted changes in how law enforcement handles missing children reports and led to better coordination between agencies. In 2012, 33 years after Etten's disappearance, the case suddenly broke open. Pedro Hernandez, now 51 years old and living in New Jersey, told family members and others that he had done something terrible years ago. Someone who heard these statements contacted authorities, and investigators began looking at Pedro with fresh attention. When questioned by police, Pedro confessed. He said that on the morning of May 25th, 1979, he had been working at the bodega when Etten came in or passed by. Pedro, who was 19 at the time and struggling with his own issues, had lured Etten into the basement of the store with the promise of a soda. Once in the basement, Pedro had strangled the child, then placed his body in a bag and disposed of it with the trash. He claimed he had carried this secret for over 3 decades, the guilt consuming him. Pedro's confession was detailed and included information that seemed to match the case. However, there were complications. Pedro had a history of mental health issues and had made false confessions to other crimes in the past. There was no physical evidence to corroborate his account, as Etten's body was never recovered. The basement where Pedro claimed the crime occurred had been renovated multiple times over 33 years. Pedro was arrested and charged. His case went to trial in 2015, but the jury could not reach a unanimous verdict, resulting in a mistrial. Prosecutors tried him again in 2017. This time, the jury convicted Pedro of taking Etten's life, finding his confession credible despite the lack of physical evidence. On April 18, 2017, Pedro Hernandez was sentenced to 25 years to life in prison. The conviction brought some measure of closure to the Patz family. though Stan and Julie made clear that nothing could truly close the wound of losing their son. They had lived for 38 years not knowing what had happened to Etten, hoping he might somehow still be alive while fearing the worst. Pedro's confession and conviction confirmed their worst fears, but also answered the terrible question that had haunted them for decades. Etten Patz was 6 years old when he vanished on a spring morning in 1979. He was excited about walking to the bus stop alone, proud of his growing independence, looking forward to buying a soda and going to school. Instead, he encountered someone who took advantage of his trust and innocence, ending his life and hiding the crime. I'm going to tell you a story about a town that lived in fear, about a killer who vanished in a mystery, and about how one person's campaign of terror became America's first widely publicized serial case that captured the nation's attention. In the small city of Austin, Texas, during 1884 and 1885, residents began locking their doors and windows at night, something they had rarely done before. Women were being attacked in their homes as they slept, targeted by someone who entered through unlocked doors or windows in the darkness. The attacks were brutal and seemed to follow a pattern, though police struggled to identify any connection between the victims beyond their vulnerability. For over a year, Austin lived under a shadow of fear as the attacks continued, and the perpetrator remained unknown. This is the story of the servant girl annihilator, an unidentified person who terrorized Austin, Texas, between 1884 and 1885. 8 women were fatally attacked, and at least 8 more were seriously injured in a series of nighttime home invasions. The attacker targeted women who were alone or vulnerable, striking them while they slept and often dragging them outside before inflicting fatal injuries. Despite a massive investigation and widespread fear that gripped the city, the servant girl annihilator was never caught, and the attacks stopped as mysteriously as they had begun. The attacks began on New Year's Eve 1884, when a young woman named Molly Smith was found deceased behind her residence. She had been attacked with extreme violence while she slept, then dragged outside. The brutality shocked the community, but investigators initially treated it as an isolated incident, possibly related to someone who knew the victim. But the violence continued. On May 6, 1885, another young woman named Eliza Shelley was attacked in her home in a similar manner. She survived her injuries and was able to provide some information to police, though her description of the attacker was vague due to the darkness and the sudden nature of the assault. Over the following months, more attacks occurred with increasing frequency. The victims were primarily young women who worked as domestic servants, living in small quarters behind the main houses where they were employed. They were vulnerable, often alone at night, and their living situations made them easy targets for someone who could approach quietly and strike before they could defend themselves. The pattern became clear. The attacker targeted women at night, entering through unlocked doors or windows, striking them while they slept, and often dragging them outside before inflicting fatal injuries. The violence was extreme and seemed to involve both blunt force trauma and edged weapons. The attacker appeared to have some knowledge of the victim's routines and living situations. Austin was a small city of about 15,000 people in 1885, and the attacks created widespread panic. Women were terrified to sleep alone. Families began keeping weapons near their beds. Men organized patrols to watch neighborhoods at night. The business district and residential areas that had once bustled with evening activity became deserted after dark. Police were overwhelmed and had few investigative tools available in the 1880s. There were no fingerprints, no forensic science as we know it today, no way to systematically track or analyze evidence. Investigators relied on witness statements, physical evidence that often provided limited information, and hoping to catch the perpetrator in the act. On Christmas Eve 1885, the violence escalated dramatically. 2 separate attacks occurred on the same night, and for the first time, the victims were not servant girls, but women from more affluent families. Susan Hancock and Eula Phillips were both attacked in their homes, and both attacks showed the same pattern as previous cases, but with even greater violence. These attacks on wealthier victims brought additional pressure on police and city officials. The fact that the violence had now touched families with social standing and resources meant the investigation received even more attention, though it produced no better results. The final attack occurred on December 28, 1885, just 4 days after the Christmas Eve incidents. After this, the attacks stopped completely. The servant girl annihilator, whoever they were, either left Austin, passed away, was imprisoned for another crime, or simply stopped attacking for reasons unknown. Theories about the attacker's identity proliferated. Some investigators believed it was someone who knew the victims or their routines, possibly someone who worked in the area or had legitimate reasons to be in neighborhoods. Others thought it might be a transient who had moved on to another location. Some even theorized it could be multiple attackers rather than a single person. Over the years, various suspects have been proposed. Some researchers have suggested connections to other unsolved cases from the same era, including the famous Jack the Ripper attacks in London that began in 1888, 3 years after the Austin attacks ended. One theory proposed that a man who left Austin around the time the attacks stopped could have traveled to London and continued his violence there, though this theory lacks concrete evidence, and most serious researchers consider it unlikely. The servant girl annihilator case had lasting impacts beyond Austin. It was one of the first American serial cases to receive widespread newspaper coverage, with stories appearing in publications across the country. The term servant girl annihilator itself was coined by a writer named O. Henry, who was living in Austin at the time and followed the case closely. The attacks also revealed social inequalities of the era. The early victims were working-class women, many of them African American, and their cases received less attention initially than the later attacks on wealthier white victims. This disparity in how cases were handled based on victims' social status was characteristic of the time period and unfortunately continues to affect criminal investigations today. The case remains officially unsolved over 135 years later. The identity of the servant girl annihilator is lost to history, and the mystery of why the attack started and why they stopped may never be answered. The victims were young women trying to make their way in the world, working difficult jobs for low pay, living in vulnerable circumstances that made them targets for someone who exploited their situations. Austin has grown from a small city of 15,000 to a major metropolis, but the memory of those terrifying months in 1884 and 1885 remains part of the city's history. The case represents an early chapter in America's ongoing struggle with understanding and stopping serial violence, and it serves as a reminder that some mysteries remain forever unsolved, leaving behind only victims, questions, and the knowledge that evil can strike without warning and disappear without explanation. The servant girl annihilator killed 8 women and injured many others, then vanished into history, becoming one of America's earliest unsolved serial cases and leaving a community forever changed by violence that came in darkness and left only fear and unanswered questions in its wake. I'm going to tell you a story about a house at the end of a cul-de-sac, about a man who wore the ordinary like armor, and about how small deceptions can grow into something dangerous when people look the other way. In the summer of 1997, in a small town outside Columbus, Ohio, there was a quiet street called Willow Ridge Drive. Lawns were mowed on Saturdays, mailboxes leaned at predictable angles, and children played until dusk. At the very end of the street sat a 2-story brick house with ivy crawling up the north wall. The occupants were a married couple named Paul and Diane Mercer. Paul worked as an accounts manager at a local supply company, and Diane ran a part-time tutoring business out of the spare bedroom. They were the kind of neighbors who attended block parties, brought casseroles to new parents, and smiled politely at passing cars. Paul seemed unremarkable in the best possible way. He arrived at work early, kept his driveway clean, and offered to babysit a neighbor's dog when she went on trips. People trusted him because he gave them nothing to distrust. But over the course of 6 years, that trust became the cover for a pattern of behavior no one noticed until it was far too late. The first disappearance happened in late 1998. A young man named Marcus, who had recently left a halfway house and taken a job at a warehouse down the road, failed to show up for work. Marcus had no close family in town and few friends who stayed in touch. He He was last seen walking past a convenience store near Willow Ridge Drive. Neighbors assumed he had moved on. No missing person report was filed. For months, nothing seemed unusual. Then in 2000, a woman named Rosa stopped coming to the morning bookkeeping class Diane ran at the community center. Rosa was new in town and had limited family ties. Diane told classmates that Rosa had found full-time employment and was too busy to attend. Again, nobody pressed the matter. By 2002, rumors began to circulate quietly. A man who had been a transient returned to town and said he remembered Marcus spending evenings on Paul's porch, talking about finding steady work. A teenager recalled seeing a stranger carrying a large duffel bag into the Mercer's house at night. These memories were fragmented and unreliable on their own, easy to dismiss as misremembered details. People in small towns forgive a lot because they prefer harmony to suspicion. What finally moved officials into action was the disappearance of a well-known local teacher named Harold Green in the spring of 2003. Harold had family, a steady schedule, and close friends who would not let his absence be ignored. He missed classes for 2 days, and then his car was found in a supermarket lot with his keys still inside. The school filed a report. Detectives opened an investigation and began tracing Harold's last known movements. Phone records placed Harold near Willow Ridge Drive the night he vanished. A neighbor reported seeing him walk purposefully toward the Mercer's house the evening before he disappeared. That detail drew attention because Harold was known to be cautious and deliberate in his routines. Investigators sought a search warrant for the Mercer's property. Paul and Diane cooperated at first, offering tea and plausible explanations. Their kitchen smelled of cinnamon and coffee, and their living room displayed family photos that showed polite smiles and birthdays celebrated. Under normal circumstances, such a scene would calm any visitor. But detectives discovered things that did not fit the image. In a shed behind the house, they found a stack of photocopied bills in Harold's name dated months after his disappearance. They found a small stack of photographs of other residents who had vanished, worn at the edges as if they had been carried and studied. And in the back garden, beneath a shallow layer of disturbed soil covered by a recent patch of sod, they found personal items linked to multiple missing people. When forensic teams expanded the search, they uncovered evidence that forced a broader inquiry. Items traced to Marcus and Rosa were found in sealed containers in the basement. A ledger documented deposits into a joint account opened by the Mercers that matched benefit payments and pension checks belonging to people who had disappeared. The pattern pointed to exploitation and cover-up, not accidental misfortune. Paul eventually stopped speaking in the polite, practiced way that had once calmed his neighbors. Under sustained questioning, he offered a narrative that mixed neglect with a chilling rationality. He said he had helped people who had nowhere else to go, that he had taken responsibility for their affairs when they drifted, and that he had paid bills and cashed checks to keep their names active so benefits would not lapse. As investigators pressed him about remains and missing persons, he shifted between claiming ignorance and offering explanations that did not stand up to evidence. Diane presented herself as bewildered, someone who had trusted her husband and trusted their home to be a refuge. She said she had been occupied with tutoring and afternoon classes and had not paid attention to the small discrepancies that investigators described. Witnesses later contradicted that account, describing times when Diane collected paperwork for tenants and signed forms on their behalf. The trial that followed revealed how easy it had been for harm to hide behind normalcy. Witnesses testified that the Mercers had positioned themselves as caretakers of people who would otherwise slip through the social safety net. They offered rides, helped fill out applications, and provided a warm place to sleep. For the vulnerable people who came to them, the Mercers felt like a lifeline. But that trust also gave Paul and Diane access to personal information, bank accounts, and the ability to declare someone moved away without anyone contesting it. Psychological experts painted a portrait of Paul as someone who craved control and rationalized exploitation as mercy. He saw himself as manager rather than manipulator, a person arranging the lives of others to suit his own needs. The prosecution argued that his acts went further than bookkeeping errors and neglect. They alleged he had orchestrated disappearances and concealed deaths to secure financial gain and preserve his image as a benevolent neighbor. Diane was portrayed as complicit, whether through active participation or willful blindness. In her defense, she insisted that she had not known the full extent of her husband's actions and that she had believed they were offering help. The jury weighed testimony about bank records, witness statements, and forensic findings, and ultimately the couple were convicted on counts related to fraud, abuse of vulnerable adults, and multiple charges connected to concealment. Sentences varied, but the community understood that the legal outcome could not fully account for the scale of harm. Families of victims who had been transient or estranged learned, often for the first time, that their loved ones had been in this town and in these rooms. The case prompted reform at the county level. Agencies began to require better tracking of residents in boarding situations, and social services implemented cross-checks to ensure benefits and pensions were not redirected without independent verification. Willow Ridge Drive returned to its ordinary rhythms with time, but the memory of the Mercers remained like a shadow on the cul-de-sac. Conversation about trust shifted in subtle ways. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who weaponized arsenic, about a boarding house where lodgers checked in but never checked out, and about how one person turned hospitality into a profitable scheme of systematic elimination. In the working-class neighborhoods of Chicago during the early 1920s, a Hungarian immigrant named Tilly Klimek was known in her community as a woman with an uncanny and disturbing gift. She could predict when people would pass away. She would tell her neighbors that she had dreamed of funerals, that she saw death coming for specific people, and then within weeks her predictions would come true. What her neighbors did not realize was that Tilly was not psychic at all. She was simply announcing her plans in advance, using the guise of premonition to mask premeditated poisoning that would claim at least 5 lives and possibly many more. This is the story of Tilly Klimek, one of a group of women in 1920 Chicago who became known as the Poison Ring. Between 1914 and 1922, Tilly systematically eliminated husbands and others for insurance money, using arsenic purchased as rat poison. Her arrest and trial exposed a network of women in Chicago's immigrant communities who were sharing information about how to poison unwanted husbands and collect insurance payments, creating one of the most disturbing criminal conspiracies in American history. Tilly Burek was born Ottilie Burek in Poland around 1876. She immigrated to Chicago as a young woman, part of the massive wave of Eastern Europeans seeking opportunities in America's industrial cities. She settled in a Polish neighborhood on Chicago's South Side, joining a community of immigrants struggling to establish themselves in their new country. Tilly married John Mickiewicz around 1890. The marriage seemed ordinary at first, but Tilly was deeply dissatisfied with her circumstances. Her husband worked hard but earned little, and Tilly watched others in the community achieve prosperity while she remained trapped in poverty. She began to resent John and see him as the obstacle to the better life she desired. In 1914, John Mickiewicz became mysteriously ill. He suffered from severe stomach pains, nausea, and progressive weakness that doctors could not adequately explain. After months of suffering, John passed away. Tilly collected his life insurance policy and showed no visible grief. Within months, she had begun searching for a new husband. Before John's passing, Tilly had made a chilling announcement to neighbors. She told them she had dreamed of John's funeral, that she could see his coffin and mourners. She described the vision in detail, explaining that she knew he would soon pass away. When John actually did die shortly after, neighbors were amazed at Tilly's apparent psychic abilities. Tilly married Joseph Guskowski in 1914, shortly after John's passing. Joseph was a hard-working man with savings, which made him attractive to Tilly. But like her first husband, Joseph soon began experiencing mysterious symptoms. He suffered from the same stomach ailments and weakness that had afflicted John. Before Joseph became seriously ill, Tilly again told neighbors about her premonitory dreams, describing Joseph's future funeral in disturbing detail. Joseph passed away after several months of illness, and once again Tilly collected life insurance money. Neighbors were beginning to whisper about Tilly's strange ability to predict deaths, but no one suspected the truth. In their community, where superstition and folk beliefs were common, many accepted that Tilly might genuinely have some supernatural gift for seeing death approaching. Tilly married Frank Kupsik in 1920. Frank was a prosperous man with substantial assets, making him Tilly's most financially valuable husband yet. She took out a generous life insurance policy on Frank shortly after their marriage. Within weeks, Frank began experiencing the now familiar symptoms of severe gastrointestinal distress and weakness. But this time, Frank's relatives became suspicious. Frank had been healthy and robust before marrying Tilly, and his sudden decline seemed wrong. His family insisted that doctors investigate more thoroughly, demanding tests beyond the standard examinations of the era. In 1922, doctors tested Frank's blood and discovered high levels of arsenic. Police were immediately notified, and a criminal investigation began. Detectives started examining Tilly's history and discovered the pattern of deceased husbands and insurance collections. They exhumed the bodies of John Mickiewicz and Joseph Guskowski and found both contained lethal amounts of arsenic. Further investigation revealed something even more disturbing. Tilly was part of a network of women in Chicago's immigrant neighborhoods who were sharing information about poisoning unwanted husbands. These women, many of them from Polish, Hungarian, and Italian communities, would discuss how to purchase arsenic under the guise of pest control, how to administer it to avoid immediate suspicion, and how to file insurance claims after their husbands passed away. The poison ring, as it became known, included several other women who were subsequently arrested and tried. The network had operated for years, with women protecting each other by providing alibis and supporting each other's claims that their husbands had died from natural illnesses. Tilly Klimek was arrested in 1922 and charged with the passing of Frank Kupsik. Her trial revealed the full extent of her crimes and the existence of the poison ring. Prosecutors presented the toxicology evidence showing fatal arsenic levels in multiple bodies. They demonstrated Tilly's pattern of marrying men, insuring them, and then poisoning them for profit. What made Tilly's case particularly memorable was her habit of predicting the deaths. Prosecutors argued this showed clear premeditation and planning. She was not acting impulsively, but was carefully orchestrating each elimination and even announcing it in advance, using the cover of supposed psychic dreams to mask her criminal intent. The defense attempted to argue that the arsenic could have come from environmental sources or that the deaths were coincidental. But the evidence was overwhelming. The pattern was too clear, the arsenic levels too high, and the financial motives too obvious. On November 27, 1922, Tilly Klimek was convicted of taking Frank Kupsik's life. She was sentenced to life imprisonment at the Illinois State Penitentiary. Several other women from the poison ring were also convicted and sentenced, though Tilly received the most publicity due to her eerie predictions and the number of her victims. Tilly served her sentence at Joliet Prison in Illinois. She maintained her innocence throughout her imprisonment, claiming she was being persecuted for bad luck rather than criminal behavior. She passed away in prison in 1936 at approximately age 60, having served 14 years of her life sentence. The Tilly Klimek case and the broader poison ring scandal shocked Chicago and the nation. It revealed how groups of women in immigrant communities, frustrated by poverty and unhappy marriages, had turned to systematic poisoning as a solution to their problems. The ease with which arsenic could be purchased as rat poison and the difficulty of detecting it in an era before sophisticated toxicology made it an attractive method for those willing to commit such crimes. The case led to stricter regulations on the sale of arsenic and other poisons. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who turned grief into greed, about insurance policies that became deadly investments, and about how one person discovered that being a widow could be very profitable. In the coal mining regions of Alabama during the early 1900s, Nanny Doss seemed like an unlucky woman plagued by tragedy. Her husbands kept passing away under mysterious circumstances, one after another across several decades. Her children experienced sudden illnesses. Her mother and sister also met untimely ends while in Nanny's care. The woman moved through life, leaving a trail of deceased family members behind her, always collecting insurance money, always moving on to new relationships. She presented herself as a cheerful woman who had endured terrible losses, her smile never fading despite the misfortunes that seemed to follow her everywhere. This is the story of Nanny Doss, known as the Giggling Granny. Between 1927 and 1954, she ended the lives of 11 people, including 4 husbands, 2 children, her mother, her sister, a grandson, and a nephew. She used rat poison containing arsenic, administering it in food and drinks over time to make the poisonings appear as natural illnesses. Her crimes went undetected for nearly 3 decades until a suspicious doctor finally ordered an examination that revealed the truth. Her arrest exposed one of the longest undetected serial cases in American history. Nancy Hazel was born on November 4th, 1905, in Blue Mountain, Alabama. Her childhood was marked by poverty and control. Her father was a domineering farmer who forced his children to work long hours and forbade them from attending social activities or having friends. Nancy, called Nanny by family, grew up isolated and resentful, dreaming of romance and escape from her oppressive home life. As a teenager, Nanny became obsessed with romance magazines and Lonely Hearts columns in newspapers. She fantasized about finding a romantic partner who would sweep her away from her difficult life. At 16, she married Charlie Braggs, seeing marriage as her escape route. But the marriage quickly became disappointing. Charlie was unfaithful and spent time away from home, and Nanny found herself trapped in another unsatisfying situation, this time with children to care for. In 1927, 2 of Nanny's 4 children passed away suddenly under mysterious circumstances. At the time, the deaths were attributed to food poisoning or illness. But these were likely Nanny's first victims, eliminated because they were burdens she did not want. Charlie, sensing something was wrong, or perhaps just fleeing an unhappy marriage, left Nanny in 1928, taking their eldest daughter with him. Nanny was left with one surviving child. Nanny began searching for a new husband through Lonely Hearts columns in newspapers. She married Frank Harrelson in 1929, but this marriage was also disappointing. Frank was reportedly an alcoholic who mistreated Nanny. In 1945, Frank passed away after experiencing severe digestive problems. Nanny collected his insurance money and immediately began looking for husband number 3. She married Arlie Lanning in 1947. Arlie was a womanizer who disappointed Nanny's romantic expectations. In 1950, Arlie passed away after a sudden illness. Shortly after, Nanny's house burned down under mysterious circumstances, allowing her to collect fire insurance. That same year, her son passed away from what appeared to be food poisoning. Nanny married Richard Morton in 1952. Richard also failed to meet her romantic ideals. He passed away in 1953 after just months of marriage. Nanny collected his insurance and moved on again. In 1953, Nanny married Samuel Doss after corresponding through a Lonely Hearts column. Samuel was a religious man who forbade drinking, smoking, and romance novels in his home. This was intolerable to Nanny, who loved her romance magazines and wanted excitement. In October 1954, Samuel became violently ill with severe stomach pains and was hospitalized. He seemed to recover briefly and returned home. But Samuel's symptoms returned, and he passed away on October 5, 1954. His doctor had been puzzled by the sudden relapse and the severity of symptoms. Rather than signing a routine death certificate, the physician ordered an examination. The results revealed massive amounts of arsenic in Samuel's body. Police began investigating and quickly discovered the pattern of deceased husbands and family members in Nanny's past. They exhumed bodies of previous husbands and found arsenic in multiple cases. The evidence was overwhelming and spanned decades. When confronted by police, Nanny confessed with disturbing cheerfulness. She giggled and smiled as she described her crimes, showing no remorse or understanding of the severity of what she had done. She explained that her husbands had disappointed her romantic expectations, that they were not the partners she had dreamed about in her romance magazines. She had eliminated them and moved on a search for the perfect mate. She also admitted to ending the lives of her mother, her sister, her grandson, and others, though her explanations were vague. In some cases, it appeared she killed for insurance money. In others, she seemed motivated by convenience or simple annoyance at having to care for them. Nanny Doss was tried in Oklahoma for the passing of Samuel Doss. She pleaded guilty and was sentenced to life imprisonment. She was not tried for her other crimes, as one life sentence was considered sufficient. Throughout her trial and imprisonment, Nanny maintained her cheerful demeanor, smiling and giggling when discussing her crimes. She seemed to view her actions as reasonable solutions to disappointing circumstances. Nanny spent the rest of her life in the Oklahoma State Penitentiary. She gave occasional interviews where she continued to show no genuine remorse, explaining matter-of-factly that her husbands had not been romantic enough or had disappointed her expectations. She passed away in prison on June 2nd, 1965, from leukemia. She was 59 years old. The Nanny Doss case revealed how someone could commit crimes over decades without detection when victims were spread across different states and deaths appeared to be from natural causes. Arsenic poisoning produces symptoms similar to many common illnesses, and in an era before routine toxicology testing, poisoners could operate with relative impunity. Her case also demonstrated the dangers of someone who values fantasy over reality. Nanny was so consumed by romantic ideals from magazines that she could not accept normal human relationships with their flaws and complications. When reality disappointed her, she simply eliminated the disappointing person and searched for someone new, treating human lives as disposable obstacles to her fantasy of perfect romance. The 11 people who lost their lives to Nanny Doss were guilty only of being related to her or married to her and failing to live up to impossible romantic standards created by fiction magazines. They trusted her to prepare their food and care for them, never suspecting that the smiling woman was slowly poisoning them while planning her next relationship and collecting insurance money to fund her search for storybook romance that existed only in her imagination. I'm going to tell you a story about a boarding house that became a death trap, about elderly lodgers who disappeared without trace, and about how one woman exploited the most vulnerable for decades. In the working-class neighborhoods of Reading, England, during the 1890s, a woman named Amelia Satch ran what appeared to be a respectable lying-in house, a facility where unmarried women could give birth discreetly and either keep their babies or arrange for adoption. She worked with an associate named Annie Walters, who claimed to place babies with good families. Together, they offered desperate young women a solution to an impossible social problem in Victorian England, where unmarried motherhood meant complete social ruin. But Amelia Satch and Annie Walters were not finding homes for these babies. They were ending the infants' lives shortly after birth, keeping the fees mothers paid, and disposing of the tiny bodies. Between 1900 and 1902, they operated this deadly scheme, taking advantage of women who were already in desperate circumstances and had no power to follow up on their children's welfare. This is the story of Amelia Satch and Annie Walters, known as the Finchley baby farmers. In 1902, they were arrested after police discovered the body of an infant and traced it back to their operation. Investigation revealed they had been systematically ending the lives of newborns for financial gain. Their trial shocked Victorian England, and they became the last women executed together at Holloway Prison in 1903. Amelia Satch was born in 1873 in England. She came from working-class origins and worked as a nurse before establishing her lying-in house. She was intelligent and recognized a profitable opportunity in the desperate circumstances of unmarried pregnant women. Victorian society was unforgiving toward women who bore children outside marriage, and many would pay substantial sums for discretion and promises that their babies would be cared for. Annie Walters was born in 1856 and was older than Amelia. She presented herself as someone who arranged adoptions, claiming to have connections with families seeking to adopt infants. She would tell mothers that she had found perfect homes for their babies and would take the infants away supposedly to deliver them to their new families. The two women worked together in a calculated partnership. Amelia would operate the lying-in house where women would come to give birth. She would deliver the babies, provide post-birth care, and convince mothers to allow adoption. Annie would then take the babies, supposedly to place them with families, but instead she would end their lives using various methods and dispose of the bodies. They charged mothers significant fees, claiming the money would cover the baby's care and adoption arrangements. In reality, they were simply keeping the money while eliminating the babies who would have required ongoing care and actual placement with families. The scheme was profitable and seemed safe because the victims were infants whose mothers were desperate to hide their existence. Their operation continued successfully until November 1902, when a police officer became suspicious of Annie Walters. He noticed her carrying packages that seemed to contain something heavy, and her behavior appeared nervous. When questioned, Annie's explanations were unconvincing. Police searched her lodgings and found evidence of an infant who had recently passed away. Investigation led police to Amelia Satch's lying-in house. They found records of multiple babies born at the facility, but no corresponding records of where those babies had gone. Mothers were contacted, and many confirmed they had paid Amelia and Annie to arrange adoptions, but had never received information about where their babies were placed or how to contact them. Authorities discovered that several infant bodies have been found in various locations around London over the previous months, and these could now be connected to the Satch Walters operation. The women had been disposing of bodies in rivers, vacant lots, and other locations where they hoped they would not be discovered or traced back to them. Amelia Satch and Annie Walters were arrested and charged with taking the lives of infants in their care. Their trial began in January 1903 and lasted several days. The prosecution presented evidence of babies born at Amelia's facility who had disappeared, mothers who had paid for adoption arrangements that were never completed, and infant bodies that could be traced to the defendants. The defense argued that some babies might have died for natural causes and that the women had simply failed to properly report these deaths. But the evidence showed a clear pattern of babies being taken from mothers, fees being collected, and infants systematically disappearing without any legitimate adoption records or evidence they had been placed with families. The jury convicted both women of deliberately ending infants' lives for financial gain. On January 23, 1903, they were sentenced to execution by hanging. The sentence was carried out on February 3, 1903, at Holloway Prison in London. Amelia Satch was 49 years old and Annie Walters was 47. They became the last two women to be executed together in England. Their case highlighted the vulnerability of unmarried mothers in Victorian society and the existence of baby farming operations that exploited desperate women. The social stigma of unmarried motherhood created conditions where women felt they had no choice but to surrender their babies to people like Satch and Walters, trusting promises that were complete lies. The case led to reforms in adoption regulations and oversight of facilities caring for infants. It sparked public discussion about the need for better support systems for unmarried mothers and stricter monitoring of adoption arrangements. These changes came too late for the victims of Satch and Walters, but helped protect future children. The mothers who had given their babies to Amelia and Annie lived with devastating knowledge that they had unknowingly paid for their own children's deaths. Many had been young women facing impossible choices in a society that offered them no support or compassion. They had believed their babies would have better lives with adoptive families, never suspecting the truth. Amelia Satch and Annie Walters represent a dark chapter in Victorian England's history, when vulnerable infants became commodities and desperate mothers became victims of predators who exploited their circumstances for profit. Their execution marked the end of their particular operation, but baby farming continued in various forms until stricter regulations finally made such crimes more difficult to commit and conceal. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived at the edge of a quiet residential street in Kansas City. A man who smiled politely at neighbors, ran a small shop, collected antiques, and seemed harmless enough that people barely remembered him when they passed his house. But inside that plain, forgettable home was a world built on control, obsession, and the slow unraveling of a mind that hid darkness beneath layers of routine. This is the story of Robert Berdella, one of the strangest and most disturbing criminals in American history. A man whose secret life remained hidden for years until one desperate escape revealed everything. The story begins in the late 1970s. Kansas City at that time was a city of calm neighborhoods, local diners, and people who assumed danger always came from somewhere else. Berdella blended in perfectly. He ran a booth at a local flea market, selling odd items, handmade jewelry, antiques, and things he found discarded around the city. He had a reputation for being strange but intelligent, a man with a sharp memory, a sarcastic humor, and a knack for finding rare objects. Some considered him eccentric, others simply avoided him, but no one thought of him as dangerous. Yet beneath that quiet exterior, Berdella was retreating further into isolation. His relationships failed. He withdrew from friends. He stayed indoors for long hours. His house became cluttered with boxes, books, chemicals, and personal projects only he understood. There was something off about him. Neighbors noticed, but nothing alarming enough to make them intervene. Sometimes the most dangerous thing in the world is not a loud threat, but a quiet person who slowly builds a private universe where no one else is allowed. Berdella spent much of his time watching people. He watched how they walked, talked, interacted. He watched the vulnerable, the lost, and the lonely. Kansas City in the 1980s had a growing number of young men who lived on the margins. Runaways, men who struggled with addiction, men who drifted between temporary shelters and odd jobs. Berdella knew many of them because they visited the flea market or lived in the surrounding areas. He offered them food sometimes, or small amounts of money, or the promise of jobs. He positioned himself as someone helpful, someone harmless, someone who could be trusted. And that is how the disappearances began. The first man to vanish around Berdella's orbit was a young cook from a nearby restaurant. He had been struggling financially, and Berdella offered him a place to stay. After that night, he was never seen again. His friends assumed he moved away. Runaways were common in the area, and police did not have the resources to track every missing adult. Berdella said nothing. He simply continued his life, vendor by day, collector by night, predator in the shadows. Over the next several years, more young men disappeared. Some had been last seen talking to Berdella. Others were known to have visited his house. But each case looked like another transient leaving town. These were men with complicated lives, unstable backgrounds, no fixed routines. Families looked for them, but without proof of foul play, the cases dissolved into silence. Meanwhile, Berdella's behavior inside his home grew darker. He wrote in journals. He kept lists. He treated people not as human beings, but as objects in an experiment he believed he could control. The isolation deepened his obsessions, and the walls of his home became a barrier that separated him entirely from reality. He convinced himself he was smarter than everyone else. He believed he would never get caught. He believed that people who lived unstable lives would never be missed long enough for anyone to trace them back to him. But arrogance is often what brings people like him down. In April 1988, something happened that Berdella never expected. A young man escaped from his house. He ran into the street wearing almost nothing, terrified, bruised, and in shock. A passerby found him and called police immediately. Officers arrived, expecting perhaps a domestic dispute or an argument. They had no idea they were about to uncover one of the most disturbing crime scenes in the history of Kansas City. When they reached Berdella's home, they knocked. He opened the door as calmly as if nothing unusual had just happened. He tried to talk his way out of it, offering explanations that made no sense, acting confused, playing the harmless, eccentric neighbor. But the officers, seeing the condition of the escaped victim, pressed further. They entered the house and froze. The interior was a maze of clutter, boxes, tools, photographs, chemicals, devices, and journals. Nothing about it felt normal. Nothing felt safe. The deeper officers went into the house, the worse it became. They found rooms that looked like laboratories. They found items that looked designed for control. They found Polaroids, hundreds of them, images of men who had disappeared over the years. Some alive, some injured, some never seen again. In an instant, every missing person case that had once seemed like another runaway suddenly had a connection. Burdella was the link. Police sealed the house and began a search that lasted days. They uncovered evidence that confirmed the darkest suspicions. They found belongings of victims. They found tools. They found diaries where Burdella had documented actions with chilling precision. Page after page, written in neat handwriting, showing that for him everything had been planned, organized, and controlled. He saw people as experiments, as objects, as projects. News spread quickly. The quiet man from the flea market was suddenly at the center of a national story. Reporters filled the street. Neighbors watched in disbelief as boxes of evidence were carried out of the house. Families of missing men came forward. Old police reports were reopened. The city realized that for almost a decade, a predator had lived among them, hidden in plain sight, protected not by intelligence alone, but by the painful truth that society often overlooks people who live unstable lives. In court, Burdella tried to present himself as misunderstood. He claimed that some victims participated willingly. He claimed the missing men had chosen their fate, but the evidence showed otherwise. His journals showed otherwise. The photographs showed otherwise. And the survivors who had fallen into his orbit described a man who switched between calm friendliness and cold detachment with no warning. The trial ended with a life sentence. Then another, and another. He would never walk free again. In prison, Burdella remained an enigma. He cooperated with some investigators, but never expressed genuine remorse. He talked about his crimes as if they were academic studies, as if removing emotion made the truth easier to control. He filled his time reading, writing, and avoiding other inmates who despised him. He seemed to understand that outside his home, without control, he was powerless. In 1992, 4 years after his arrest, Burdella died of a heart attack in prison. Some believed it was natural. Others suspected inmates or guards played a role, though no evidence ever proved it. His death ended the possibility of learning more about the victims whose lives he took without leaving behind clear explanations. Today, Burdella's house no longer exists. It was demolished by the city to erase the physical memory of what happened inside those walls. The lot is empty now, quiet. Grass covers the space where the home once stood. People walk past without knowing what once happened there, without realizing that behind those walls, a man who looked unremarkable had lived a double life so dark that even investigators had difficulty understanding the full scope of it. The case remains one of the most disturbing examples of how someone can hide in plain sight. A man who sold trinkets at a flea market by day, while at night he drifted into a world built entirely on domination and secrecy. He did not rely on charm alone. He relied on society's blind spots, on the way people overlooked certain lives, on the way missing persons reports were dismissed if the victims were transient. He operated inside the cracks of the system. That is the part that still chills people the most. Not just the crimes themselves, but how long they went unnoticed. How many warnings were missed. How many lives intersected with his without understanding the danger. How easy it was for him to operate while appearing completely forgettable. It raises a question that haunts anyone who studies the case. How many times did people walk past him, exchange a greeting, and continue their day without knowing that they were looking directly into the eyes of someone living a double existence? Even decades later, the Burdella case remains a reminder that evil does not always look wild or violent. Sometimes it looks calm. Sometimes it wears glasses, sells antiques, and talks about history. Sometimes it blends into the world so completely that no one sees it until someone escapes, running into the street, desperate, terrified, and begging for help, revealing the truth that had been hidden behind a closed door for far too long. And that is the story of Robert Burdella, the butcher baker of Kansas City, a man whose crimes went unnoticed for almost 10 years, until one moment of courage exposed everything he tried so hard to hide.